Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Was the Cosmic Joke? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The world of quirks was both glorious and terrifying depending on who you asked, what their quirk was, and perhaps when you asked. Izuku himself was a dedicated fan of quirks in all of their forms at least 90% of the time, but if you were to catch him at the wrong time he would condemn them. Love them or hate them, they did make life a great deal more interesting. Humming, Izuku slipped through the crowd with a deftness one would not expect from a child of only 9. His eyes moved over the crowd restlessly, letting the information wash over him as he moved unseen. Every few blocks he would pause to take in this or that, a person with a particularly interesting quirk, the latest special edition All Might comic displayed proudly in a shop, a lovely hanging basket of flowers. When he was out here like this, no detail was too small and the longer he took, the better. There was power in information, he reflected with a small smile, hands coming together at the fingertips, just under his chin. And Izuku had a lot of information. He roamed in a loose patrol of his immediate neighborhood, taking his time in the more populated areas. People thinned out the closer he got to his home, and those that could be observed were harder, less easy to read, which was to say, Izuku had to make an effort, not that he couldn't do it. To his immense delight, his path crossed with a pro-hero on patrol. He hung back to watch her admiringly, unable to place her at first, but still a huge fan. He would always be a fan of those brave heroes that passed over the work in busier areas with more civilians and instead worked in the truly bad neighborhoods. There was no glory to be had in these streets, but they still put on brave faces and waded into the shadows themselves to do good. His smile turned to a grin, finally placing the hero's costume as Whisper, the silent hero. Quirk, auditory stealth. As she paused to talk to a little girl that pulled her mother over to see a real hero in the flesh. Izuku moved over to listen in as the girl pointed to Whisper's gauntlets and asked if they did anything special. Well, she said in mock consideration, they do a really good job of protecting my hands, I guess. Don't they look cool? The little girl giggled in agreement and then gasped in delight when Whisper pulled a sheet of stickers out of a pouch on her belt. The sheet was curled from its storage, but Whisper held it taut for the girl to look at. Did you want one? She asked and the girl nodded hard, face screwed up in thought. Whisper waited patiently until the girl pointed to a purple flower and then the hero bestowed it upon her with a graceful bow. For you. It's a geranium. Izuku eyed the cartoon flower. It was not a geranium. He moved away when Whisper began chatting with the little girl's mother, realizing he'd been out a bit longer than he should have. He didn't regret it, he thought obstinately. Whisper and heroes like her were the heroes he admired the most, the ones that were really real. Not that he didn't love the more mainstream heroes as well. It was just. Izuku frowned as he thought. These smaller, more serious heroes were the ones he looked at and thought, what if he were to go up to them? What if he could push his quirk back long enough to find the words to tell them? What if they saw him, knew him? He smiled, sharp and bittersweet. No, he couldn't bother these heroes with his story. He wasn't brave enough to force the words out of his mouth and not strong enough to overcome his own quirk, so what right did he have trying to involve the heroes? At best it would make them a target of Mindwalker's wrath. At worst, they would take one look at Izuku and see the budding villain in him and lock him up. Wilting a bit, Izuku continued on his trek back to the apartment on autopilot, not even batting an eye at his own face, 5 years younger, staring at him from a collection of posters that ranged from yellow with age to fresh off the press. Some people just never gave up. At one time he thought he was one of them. It's only later he hears about Whisper's fate, only after she's been gone for 2 days. Mindwalker swaggered in with a bottle in each hand, crowing about it in delight. She hadn't been found right off and the police could only identify her through DNA and her trademark golden gauntlets. Izuku agreed with Mindwalker that it was another clear victory for them and then retired to his closet, kneeling in the blankets as tears poured down his face. He mourned her and selfishly mourned his dreams of rescue. He really was the worst kind of person. Izuku woke to the clatter in the kitchen before the barked curse could register in his mind. He brushed a hand through his hair as he stood and opened his closet door. He quietly padded over to the kitchen and peered inside. "Kid," Mind was calling, back to him as he studied the contents of the fridge. "For F's sake." "Kid." "I'm here," Izuku said. He stepped into the doorway, hands twisting behind him anxiously. Mind didn't like seeing Izuku's hands, and it was a point of shameful pride for the boy. He may have been a captive and a child, but he hadn't gone quietly. "Yeah, I know," he said irritably, shutting the fridge as he turned. "We need to get you a finjibel." "You wouldn't hear it," Izuku said before he could help himself. He cringed, but luck was on his side and his villain only laughed instead. "Deanin' right, I wouldn't," he agreed. Staggering over to the kitchen table, a rickety card table Izuku found in the neighbor's trash a few months back. He looked at Izuku then, with piercing purple eyes that could actually see him. "Or else what use would you be? You'd be worthless." Izuku didn't answer him and tried not to react. "Right?" Mind asked, voice quiet and gentle. "Right?" Izuku affirmed after a moment. "I would be worthless. So let's try to avoid you losing that quirk of yours," he said, as if quirks were pocket change that could be dropped or forgotten somewhere without a care. "And hurry up and give me something new to work with. Anything happening with that dead beach?" "Whisper." He stuttered. "Can I get my notes?" "Can you?" Mind echoed under his breath in irritated disbelief. "I can't stand you." "That's good. Go get your notes. It's a pop FNG quiz." Izuku scrambled back to his closet and pawed his duvet until his notebook was freed. He grabbed a pen as well and hurried back to the kitchen. "There isn't much about Whisper," he said, voice shaking and apologetic. She was new to the job, general and in this area. Her patrol route was short and she didn't have any points of interest on it. "Then move on," Mind suggested threateningly. "If the next thing that comes out of your mouth isn't something I can use, then you bet but I'm locking you in the closet until you puzzle something interesting to give me." Izuku's voice failed him as he turned his eyes to his notes frantically. The threat was not an idle one, and with Mind's quirk. "I found some new people moving into the abandoned warehouse by the river," Izuku forced out. "I followed them a bit, but I didn't go inside. They were talking about, dealing drags." "New dealers moving in?" Mind thought about it, straightening in interest. "I can work with that, and more importantly, so can you." Izuku stared helplessly at him and watched him grin meanly. "I know friendly neighborhood dealers would appreciate a tip-off," he said. "I like the idea of them owing me one." "And me?" "Oh, you'll be taking half their supply while I'm off chatting with my guy," Mind said as if it were obvious. "Don't get caught now, okay?" Izuku bowed his head, a coward to the last, as Mind laughed at his own joke. Though he'd retired to his closet hours ago, Izuku found that sleep couldn't have been further away. He tried to go through his journal to distract himself, stuffing his blanket under the door so the light from the hanging bulb wouldn't give him away should Mind come looking. His work only served to depress him further. "I know what you're doing, by the way," Mind told him before he let his prisoner scurry back to his den of dirty clothes. "You're distracting me with bad guy stuff. I'm letting you do it this time because this is a pretty good tip-off. But don't you think for a single moment," Mind snarled, voice turning threatening. At the edge of his mind, Izuku felt horror creeping in, and as usual, he couldn't tell if it was his own or a creation of the universally feared Mind Walker. "Don't you think that our next little shindig won't end with one of your heroes being brought low?" Izuku was shaking, but the shakes were starting to subside, a sure indication that Mind's quirk was finally easing off of him. It hadn't been unbearable, not compared to what else Izuku knew the man could inflict upon him, but he was still certain that he would have nightmares if he could ever get to sleep. He sighed and silent rose to turn off his single light bulb, plunging his tiny closet into darkness. He moved quicker then, from pure muscle memory, as he pulled the blanket from the door and shoved it to the corner. The door swung open silent and Izuku exited into the darkened hallway, lit only by an odd combination air freshener and nightlight. Mind brought that home the night after Izuku puked from the smell of blood on his captor's laundry. It was a small mercy, but Izuku clung to it like a lifeline. Quickly, he scurried into the kitchen to the window. He knew that Mind set traps that let him know when the front door was open. Izuku still didn't know what exactly he did, but the man always knew when he'd been out and about. So the window was his best option. He skirted the table to open the window, glad that it still slid open silently. He is sure the vegetable oil he'd poured on it would wear away any day now, but he was grateful for small mercies. The night air was cool on his skin and he realized he'd sweat through his clothes at some point during the past few hours. From fear, not heat. Still, he forced himself to head out the window to take in the drop to street level. He wasn't as concerned about bystanders as he was that someone might have moved trash cans below the window again and the possibility he'd fall in them. Mind hadn't even punished him when he limped back inside. He was too busy howling with laughter. Coast clear, he carefully climbed out, balancing on a small ledge while he closed the window behind him before jumping. The fall was short, but it still sent a painful jarring sensation up his legs. He hissed in pain, but didn't linger any longer. He took off at a slow jog. As he went, he thought about the future. Thought about how Mind was insisting on pitting Izuku against heroes. It was crushing, to be quite honest. Despite everything, he tried to stay on the side of good as much as possible. Mind kept dragging him across the line, but Izuku had rarely made the leap without his interference. Some part of him still clung to his childish daydreams of becoming a hero. He felt distinctly childish, but his quirk gave him enough peace of mind to square his shoulders and brush back his hood. He wasn't Izuku anymore. He was a hero for tonight. His inner mind walker cruelly told him he was too old to be playing like this and too far down the wrong path beside. Ignoring that, Izuku playfully jumped up on the edge of some empty planters and then jumped to and fro between them while he made his way to the shopping district. He had very loose plans for the night, so he was content to wander. Hearing a voice down an alley, Izuku changed course to explore it. He was a hero tonight, he reminded himself, feeling a rush from the very thought. He clenched his hands and found them sweaty. He was being brave, he reminded himself. Nope. Never mind. He wasn't a hero. Izuku scurried back to the road, blushing hard. Why would people be doing that out here? He momentarily wished his quick could erase other people or that it could affect his own memory. He reached the shopping district with no more distractions and blended into the crowd effortlessly. His quirk was a marvel, he knew. Everyone here knew he was here, was aware of it on some level. They didn't bump or jostle him. But no one knew he was there, memories already blank. No one questioned it. Easy as breathing, Izuku noted with a smile, fingers pressed together in front of him again. The only trouble was trying to work against it, not that he ever did. It was only asking for trouble. As he moved, he shamefully picked up a few tidbits to snack on after his stomach growled pitifully and he remembered his distinctly nauseous feeling was because he hadn't eaten that day. He wished he could pay for everything he took, but there was nothing in the world that paid less than being a prisoner for a twisted villain. He comforted himself by only taking the smallest things from several different places, just enough to leave him feeling a bit more fortified. He saw a few heroes in the crowds, but looking at them brought up a terrible sense of guilt, so he turned away, though he would normally spend his free nights following them in admiration. Instead, he moseyed over to Loudmouth Studio. The building was garish with neon signs and promotional posters, but it was a very familiar sight given all his trips here in the past. It wasn't, strictly speaking, open to the public, but there wasn't much that wasn't open to Izuku. He opened the front door and walked inside, focusing on his quirk especially hard. The receptionist looked up from where he was typing and frowned at the door, eyes moving aimlessly where there should have been a person. "Hello," Izuku said, just because he could. He waved as well and crossed the lobby as the man went back to his work. The stairwell door garnered the same reaction, but Izuku didn't pay it any attention. He was already trotting up the stairs eagerly to the door emblazoned with a present mic poster. Though that door, Izuku hooked a sharp left into a small lounge. Present Mike was live in the studio and his feed was playing in the room, so Izuku went ahead and made himself comfortable on one of the couches. "So," Present Mike drawled, "as a voice for the people, I have to bring this up, but there are a sizable number of people that are unhappy with the direction that UA is going these days." Izuku sat up in excitement. UA was the most famous hero school for a reason. It was All Might himself's school back in his high school days. He loved learning about it, from the cuisine in the cafeteria to the books assigned. In his best daydreams, he was a student there with a quirk better suited to being a hero. I understand their concerns, a voice said, high and a little squeaky. It was unfamiliar, which both disappointed and intrigued Izuku. I know that parents especially are dismayed at how rigorous our curriculum is becoming, but we're doing this in the students' best interests. We are entrusted with entire generations of future heroes. We only strive to push them to be their absolute best. Do you have to push so hard? Present Mike wondered. Our school has the highest rate of students that become pro-heroes, the voice said somberly. We also have the highest rate of students that survive long enough to do so. We train heroes and we train them well. There was a... Present Mike trailed off as if struggling to find the right words. Well, there was some outrage over a recent decision. The expelled class, the voice sighed. The expelled class, Present Mike agreed. I would very much like the exclusive on that story. Just as the other voice began to answer, the stairwell door opened and a man stepped through, drawing Izuku's attention. He watched the man pace down the hallway, away from him for a few steps before stopping abruptly and spinning around to stare into the lounge intensely. Izuku sat up on the couch and shut his notebook. Standing, he shoved the notebook in the waistband of his sweatpants and moved over to the man hesitantly. H's eyes didn't track Izuku's movements, but he seemed to be searching the room intently with his gaze. You can't see me, Izuku said. Maybe you just felt like you were being watched? Was that it? Izuku noted the clothes he wore, soft and comfortable, not in the least bit stylish, were civilian, but he carried 2 pieces of gear that screamed hero. The utility belt with accompanying quirk cuffs was standard-issue hero equipment, and the goggles he wore spoke more of function than fashion. Slowly, the man pulled his goggles up and over his eyes. Izuku moved to the side, careful to stay out of eyesight. A vision quirk, maybe? Maybe he shot lasers from his eyes like that American hero. That would be cool to see, though probably dangerous. Izuku wondered if he knew that Present Mike was recording and hoped the man would keep it down. Good talk, Izuku told him and began to back away down the hall. The man wrapped a hand in his odd, thin scarf. Was that something else he needed for his heroine? Izuku shook his head and turned, moving around the corner to the back stairwell as his mind ran through dozens of theories. He was too old to be a new hero, but he was definitely a hero with that kind of gear. Izuku didn't know every hero, that much was true, but he knew all of the local ones with certainty. Not only an unheard-of hero, but an unheard-of hero with a secretive vision quirk. Izuku grinned and pressed his fingers together though they itched to write, jot down all of his notes while the encounter was fresh. The stairwell led him to a back hallway that he navigated with ease, finding the darkened storage room just beside the main janitorial closet. He looked for any bystanders before opening the door, feeling as if he'd already used up his share of luck for the day. The path to the window was clear. One particular janitor enjoyed smoking out of that window. When he'd first started, he accidentally broke the lock and had been too afraid to come clean, so Izuku meandered to the window easily enough and then climbed out. He merged with the crowd outside easily enough and immediately went back to curiously following everything that caught his attention. His direction was loosely in the direction of his home, but by time he got free of the shopping district, he'd pet 3 cats, read the new Endeavor graphic novel, and picked up one last morsel to quell his hunger. He sped the rest of the way home, feeling the pressure acutely now. He carefully climbed the fire escape on the building beside his own, and then it was the small matter of a quick hop to get on the correct building. Climbing down to the correct window, he eased into the darkened kitchen with extreme caution to avoid their rickety card kitchen table. His feet only just hit the ground when the light flicked on. There in the doorway stood Mind Walker, smirking like he just won a prize. "We've got to stop meeting like this, kid," he said and swaggered forward. "Come on, kid, it's like you want me to get angry with you." Izuku's knees hit the floor violently fast, stomach turning as a nameless terror rose in him. He didn't bother trying to fight the shaking, knowing intimately well how terrible the coming hours would be. Stupid Izuku. What a fool he was, wandering around like a normal person, looking at the heroes and fiercely longing to be rescued. What little strength he'd built up between the food and the small moments of happiness drained out of him, leaving him weak. Still, he tried to struggle to his feet. Mind hated displays like this. The man himself sighed and moved forward, squatting by his captive. He cupped Izuku's face in a bizarre approximation of comfort and care, looking intently at him. Izuku wanted to scream, all he ever wanted was someone to see him, but not this, oh no, not this. You know better, he said. His disappointment didn't hold a candle to the fear eating away at Izuku until there was nothing left, but he tried to give it his attention anyway. I didn't tell anyone, Izuku gasped out after swallowing enough to be sure that his stolen treats wouldn't force their way back up. I promise you. I promise. Oh, Izuku, Mind said, helping the boy sit up. I know you're afraid I'm not gonna believe you and you're afraid someone will have to pay for your mistake. Izuku nodded because it was true, all of it was true. And you're afraid I'll know that you still want to be rescued, he whispered right into Izuku's ear. If possible, he paled further. You know, Izuku, you could get up and walk out right now if you wanted. I won't lay a hand on you to stop you. Izuku looked down. There were tears crawling down his cheeks as he said, You'll hurt my mama. A breathy chuckle. And Izuku breathed through another wave of nausea. I'm not a good person. Mind hummed in consideration. Well then you should give me something to work with. If you're already on the path to hell, might as well go all the way. The new hero. I didn't really find out anything new, Izuku said, not exactly lying. He didn't know anything about the nameless hero, didn't discover a thing. Kid, Mind said. I really think you should give me something to work with if you want to walk out of this kitchen tonight. Izuku caved quicker than their card table did under any substantial weight. His right hand wrapped around his left forearm, remembering how Mind liked to stamp his cigarettes out. The fear was dulling just a bit. There was a new hero, Izuku warbled. I didn't recognize him, but he was too old to be a rookie. Mind sat back looking pleased. A hero, huh? The next big thing is gonna be hero-themed. Good of you to get in the spirit. Izuku felt sick for an entirely different reason now. He wasn't wearing a costume or anything, he explained. He looked really boring. A vigilante, maybe? He felt the truth pressed out of him as he explained. He was wearing the official hero utility belt offered to all pro heroes. Oh. Then an underground hero, Mind nodded to himself. Tricky BSTRDS. It's gonna look real good for us when we take him out. Where did you find him? Loudmouth Studios, Izuku said, giving up on trying to remain vague. He was weak and terrible. I went to listen to present Mike. We can always use more intel on the heroes, Mind agreed, standing. He brushed imaginary dust from himself as Izuku looked up at him beseechingly. A pity you didn't ask first and instead openly defied me. I'm sorry, Izuku croaked. So am I, Mind said, though he didn't look at all sorry. He stepped backwards until he was hovering in the doorway, just a shadow in Izuku's watery vision. I'd say have a good night, but... The light flipped off and Izuku struggled not to scream as all of his innermost fears descended upon him for a feast. The harsh light of dawn was what broke Izuku from the prison in his mind, limbs finally unlocking and allowing him to crawl to his closet. He laid there, continuing to shake and refusing to sleep for another hour before he could collect himself enough to gather some of his least dirty clothes and go to wash the built-up fear sweat he'd marinated in. While he quietly washed and cried under the spray, Mind moseyed out to the kitchen to get started on a nice breakfast for himself, feeling particularly well-rested. Izuku took his time dressing once he heard the humming from the kitchen, none too eager about facing Mind. Still, he could only take so much time to put on sweatpants and an oversized hoodie before he had to go out and face the music. He was in luck, or perhaps Mind just took pity on him for once. Good morning, kid, he greeted, not lifting his eyes from his plate. Izuku paused in the kitchen doorway awkwardly, soiled clothes clutched protectively to his chest. Good morning, he mumbled back. Why don't you get your notebook and come sit down for some heist planning? Mind suggested, finally raising his eyes. Izuku was caught in the purple gaze, though logically he knew that no part of the man's fearsome quirk was connected to his eyes. The spell lasted until he lowered his gaze again, dragging his fork across his plate painfully. Izuku hurried to drop off his clothes and take up a pen and his notebook, which was still slightly damp from being trapped against him for so long. Going back to the kitchen, he kept his head down as he sat on the floor beside the card table. It scared Izuku to be under Mind's watchful eye. It made him feel like there was nowhere he could hide, made him feel weak and powerless. "You can go ahead and tell me more about the underground hero," Mind requested, lazily waving a piece of toast at Izuku before taking a bite. "You said that last night too," Izuku ventured, always foolishly sticking his neck out. "What's an underground hero?" Mind swallowed. "Oh, they're just like normal heroes, but they try to be sneakier." "How does that work?" he asked, frowning as the wheels began turning in his head. "Their merchandise alone would dash." "No merch," Mind said. "Those weird effs just do the job for the job's sake. Almost admirable if they weren't completely effing awful, doing their best to ruin everyone that isn't normal." Izuku wisely didn't comment on that, instead opening his book to a new page and beginning to write until Mind nudged him with his foot. "Kid, report." Izuku really didn't like doing this without notes, but it wouldn't end well if he continued to disobey Mind. He started to spin his pen between his fingers thoughtfully instead. "I went to Loudmouth Studios last night," Izuku said, conveniently omitting everything else that happened. "I, let myself in." The receptionist noticed the door, but "Not for long," Mind said, mouth curling into a particularly self-satisfied smile. "Yeah," Izuku said awkwardly. "I took the stairs to the floor where present mic records because they broadcasted in the halls." "How precious," Mind mocked as he toyed with his knife, drawing invisible lines and figures on the tabletop. "You're one of his little listeners." If only he knew a kid was listening for anything to use against him. None of those heroes ever suspect kids. Izuku nodded in agreement, feeling. The hero showed up a few minutes later, Izuku reported dutifully. He was too old for an intern or rookie, but he had official hero gear. "Boring," Mind jeered. "Get to the good stuff." "He didn't look very special," Izuku explained, hands sketching the man already. "He was wearing comfortable clothes, not a costume. That makes sense now that I know he's a stealth hero dash." A stealth hero. A stealth hero. Izuku's quirk was about stealth. Maybe he could. He swallowed and continued his analysis quickly, hoping that Mind didn't notice the revelation his prisoner just had. With that in mind, he wouldn't want anything flashy. "He had goggles with him and he put them on just before I left, which probably means his quirk affects his vision in some capacity," Izuku frowned. "It has to be something subtle or it wouldn't make sense that he was working in a stealth capacity." "Give the kid an inch and he'll make it a mile through sheer force of will," Mind said, finishing his toast in 2 decisive bites. Though annoyed, he left Izuku work through the data. That was one of the only things the brat was good for, after all. After that, Izuku had been tossed from the apartment with instructions to only return with a hefty amount of the new drag dealer's supply. He hurried to the warehouse he'd encountered before and wandered around until he found a door. Only there was a sizable group in front of it. Izuku frowned at that. They probably wouldn't remember if he pushed them over to get to the door, but in the precious few moments until the amnesia hit, they could retaliate against him. He eyed the one with the sharp claws nervously. His Mindwalker-imposed deadline was noon, which was about the time that he intended on telling his dealer friends exactly what was happening on their own front lawn. Izuku knew he had to be clear before that because the place would just devolve into a huge free-for-all and not one that Izuku knew he could survive. To his immense relief, one of them challenged another to a duel, and so the entire group shifted closer to the back of the building. Izuku hoped that their fight wouldn't affect his search and that it would last a good long time. In a fit of nerves, Izuku pushed his quirk even harder. This was not the place he'd choose for his official debut to the world, and he wouldn't let anything silly like an accidental slip-up ruin that for him. The door opened and no one paid it any attention, though it slammed behind Izuku, who was already jogging through the building and peeking into every room he found. It was laughable how this task was perfectly suited to his quirk. After finding the room and opening the door in full view of a villain, He strolled over to the piles of their inventory and began packing it all into the duffel bag that Mind gave him that morning. He strolled right back out. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. Izuku was on his way back to the apartment and feeling particularly proud of himself, a rare feat, when he heard a child crying. His stomach dropped as he followed the sound. In this part of town, trouble was brewing behind every corner, and the thought of a child being caught up in it was uncomfortable to say the least. Still, he forced himself to find the source of the crying without knowing exactly what he would do if push came to shove. He was relieved when he rounded the corner to find a child crying all alone. But Izuku could work with Lost, he thought as he approached. He looked around for anyone that would be missing the child, a boy that looked to be only 4 or 5. Certainly someone was missing him? Some mother left desolate after her son was lost to her. He refocused. Maybe the boy's mother had been killed? Maybe he was simply abandoned? Either way, it was clear that he wouldn't stay here. It was dangerous. Izuku bit his lip and stared longingly at the child, wishing he could help. Well, why couldn't he? What was stopping him from approaching the child and taking charge of the situation? Nothing. He marched down the alley and stood before the boy, focusing on his quirk with an intensity unparalleled. Kneeling, he mentally got the feel for the edges of his quirk and then tried to pull them in. He struggled for a few minutes until he tried to picture it. His quirk was a blanket, he thought. Anything under that blanket was his and therefore unknowable, while everything else was everything else. So he had 2 options: bring the boy under the blanket or get out from under it. He had no idea how to invite the child under his protection, so he opted for the second and then spent another long minute folding an imaginary blanket up in his mind, picturing it as something heavy in his arms instead. Still with him, but apart. He felt different. More vulnerable. Hey! He tried and was shocked when the little boy startled. They stared at each other with wide eyes until Izuku began grinning in delight. He could be seen. My name is Izuku. What's yours? The boy only looked up at him in fear. Izuku's grin faltered, though he managed to avoid it becoming a frown. Izuku said intelligently, struggling to think of something to say. Your parents probably told you to not talk to strangers, right? That's a good thing to, not do, but I have to take you to the police because I'm pretty sure you're lost. Mama said to never go with strangers. But, yeah, that's a good rule. When I was as little as you, I went with a stranger and bad things happened. Izuku fidgeted nervously. But I told you my name, right? I'm not a stranger. I'm Izuku and my quirk can keep you safe until we find a police officer. Your quirk? The little boy's eyes lit up a bit. I got my quirk too. What is it? Balance. I never fall over, the boy explained and then seemingly toppled over. Izuku lunged to catch him, but true to his word, the boy's feet remained firmly glued to the ground. That's really cool. Izuku cried, and it wasn't even a reassuring platitude. He knew a couple heroes would probably love a quirk like that. My quirk lets me be really, really sneaky. If you're with me, we both can be sneaky together. My mama told me not to sneak up on her, the boy informed him. Izuku stood and held out his hand, delighted that it was picked up in a matter of seconds. She told me she has a bad heart, which is dumb because she's the goodest person I know. Well, Izuku said, pausing to throw his imaginary blanket over him and his new friend. Then I guess we've got to get you home so you can remind her that her heart is good. Right. Right? He cheered. While they walked, Izuku didn't think of the mother that could be out there crying for her lost son even now. He didn't consider how she might be going home to an empty home as they spoke. Didn't mull over the possibility that her son leaving to protect her wasn't in her best interest at all. No, those were thoughts better left unthought. The 2 boys made it all the way to the police station itself before encountering any officers. Eyeing them warily, Izuku suggested that the boy head inside for assistance, and the boy agreed trustingly. He waved the child away, hoping that the police officers would be kind and that Izuku's quirk would kick in soon so the kid couldn't tell them too much about who helped him. For a moment, a single heart-wrenching moment, Izuku's legs locked up as he thought about following the boy in and laying everything bare before the first sympathetic ear. Thought of 2 kids getting to go home to their mothers today. Thought of someone warning that hero that Mind set his sights on. But that was ridiculous. He could never go back to his mother, not with Mind around to make her a target. Even after he passed, there were a few he trusted with the secret of Izuku, and he had little doubt in his mind that they would snatch him up in a heartbeat. After all, there were always 3 villains to replace any one fallen villain. He really wondered why heroes tried sometimes. Hanging his head, he turned and began trudging back to the apartment. He felt for the edges of his quirk and pulled them tight around him in a parody of comfort. Monsters couldn't get children if they were tucked up nice and safe in a blanket, right? As if, Izuku's face twisted bitterly. The blanket is what drew them like moths to a flame. Stop it, he commanded himself before he could cry. Instead he began to run, quickly becoming out of breath from a mixture of malnutrition and no stamina to speak of. He hated his weakness, hated how the smallest of exertions weighed on him. With Mind's approval, Izuku didn't bother trying to shimmy into the window again and instead entered through the front door as if he were a normal person. He dropped the duffel in the middle of the tiny kitchen and stepped around it to help himself to a glass of water as he panted. All that was left was to wait for Mind to return, crowing about his successes, and then the planning would begin anew with the underground hero as their target. With nothing else to do, he worked on his notebook again, this time hypothesizing about his own quirk, the repercussions messing with it may have. He didn't write about how he'd brought the other kid under the protection of his quirk, knowing that Mind could never, ever have that sort of knowledge. After anxiously waiting for hours, Izuku was bursting at the seams with the need to do something. Scrounging up enough nerve, he cracked open Mind's laptop to check the time and was astonished to find that it was already almost 4. The meeting was at noon, and nothing should have taken Mind 4 hours to sort out. An unnamed feeling began rising up in him. He slammed his notebook shut and pocketed the pen before shoving on his ratty shoes and exiting the apartment. He didn't bother with locking it. Only Mind had a key, and the neighbors were too terrified to come near as he went. Though he shouldn't, Izuku knew the exact path to Mind's dealer friend, so he followed it, Mind buzzing furiously. Had there been some kind of incident? An altercation with Mind's dealers, or just a petty squabble between prideful villains? Too many questions. He shook his head to clear it. He turned a sharp corner and found all of the answers. A police barrier had been constructed around a convenience store, pretty kitty convenience. Izuku liked sitting by the magazine racks and reading them all when he had the time. The owners kept a dish of free candies anyone could take. Izuku felt better taking them than he did anything else. To give them and a few pro-heroes generous room to work. There was a prisoner transport van in the barrier, though the open back doors didn't face Izuku's way. He hurried through the small crowd of bystanders and ducked the barrier easily enough. He had to see. He skidded to a stop when he did. Behind him there were 3 heroes discussing the situation. That went better than I hoped. The BMI hero, Fat Gum. Quirk, fat absorption. It was lucky. Present mic, quirk, voice. If you have this all under control, then I'm heading back. The underground hero. The underground hero. Izuku spun around to stare at him, noting how exhausted he looked and how his goggles dangled around his neck at the ready. Ha! Fat Gum laughed in jubilation. We did some good work, Eraserhead. Look alive. Never, he said, deadpan. Fat Gum laughed at that. Well, thanks for the assist at least. You know me, the hero said, shoving his hands in his pockets and beginning to stroll away, scarf fluttering behind him. Izuku thought it looked almost threatening. I'm a giver, really. Present Mike barked a laugh so loud Izuku felt it in his bones. Stop laughing. The hero, Eraserhead, stopped his retreat to turn and glare at Present Mike. That's rude, you know. Present Mike chose to relocate until his laughter subsided with the excuse that he needed to check in with their police escort. I'm serious, you know, Fat Gum said, voice quieting and turning grim. That second villain, that quirk, it was a problem. Would have done us in. You have to be prepared for anything, Eraserhead said, though he frowned and cast the transport van a cautious glance. Thank Present Mike for bringing you in on this, then. He's got good instincts, Fat Gum informed him cheerfully, and then laughed at the expression of distaste on Eraserhead's face. Now get going. This place is gonna be overrun with reporters in a few minutes. You aren't wrong, he sighed and made his goodbyes. He paused to fix his scarf and Izuku saw that it was oddly weighted, a piece of gear maybe, before the man was just simply gone. Maybe he had a stealth quirk as well? With the heroes disbanded and without any other distractions, Izuku turned back to the prisoners. The first villain he knew only by reputation, name, Faceless. Quirk, Faceless. With victims unable to remember his face, police sketches were useless and only the most general of descriptions could be given. Izuku recalled that the man had hit one of Fat Gum's favorite restaurants recently and injured some of the waitstaff. Heroes tended to take that kind of stuff personally. Whether a matter of hurt pride or guilt, Izuku could only guess, but it made for fearsome opponents. Izuku's eyes slid away from Faceless' true face to meet with pale Lilac. Mindwalker looked smaller. He was gaunt and haunted as he sat there in quirk-canceling restraints. Izuku wondered if they had to sedate him as well. He slowly shuffled forward, almost stepping into the van itself. But for once, those terrifying eyes didn't move with him, didn't track his movements. Mindwalker didn't see him, didn't know he was here, and that was a terrifying thought. Izuku froze with indecision. He could free Mindwalker. He could walk right up to him and undo the restraints, put him under the protection of his quirk, and take him home. Or he could turn and leave, go back to the apartment and pretend he'd never stumbled upon this. He couldn't be punished for not helping if he didn't know it was happening, right? Except Mindwalker wouldn't be returning to the apartment and would never be able to punish Izuku regardless of what he chose to do. Izuku choked on a sob that burst out of his chest without warning. He stood there sobbing as he struggled to think, struggled to act. What if Mind escaped this? What if he didn't? Izuku stumbled back, feeling oddly guilty. He cast around for something, some indication of what he was supposed to do now, only to find that things had been moving around him swiftly. Present Mike was surrounded by a swathe of reporters, looking tired, but upbeat and cheerful. The police perimeter was still intact, but a majority of the officers had already left. Fat Gum wandered off into the small alley beside the convenience store and appeared to be inspecting a broken door there. For whatever reason, it was him that Izuku's attention caught on. Fat Gum was familiar. His patrol wound through Izuku's neck of the woods more often than not, and most importantly, he was standing off to the side alone. He was kind, Izuku knew. Kind and patient. It was him, it had to be him if it was going to be anyone. This was bad. A bad decision. What was he doing? He quietly moved down the alley and put Fat Gum between him and the street where the transport van waited, finally closed and about to depart. Mindwalker was in there. Mind was a prisoner. He took his notebook out, not paying any mind to how the pages were stuck together with sweat once again. Instead, he flipped to the very back and took out a piece of paper. His notebook went back into the waistband of his pants so he could fold the paper and smooth it with shaking hands. He looked down at it. His own face looked up at him, for years old and functionally quirkless. His entire body shook with a nameless emotion, terror, as he stepped closer to the pro-hero, mentally pulling the blanket off himself and folding it up. "Hello," Izuku squeaked, and Fat Gum seemed to jump a foot in the air, whirling to look at him in shock. "Can?" Izuku tried, voice cracking with emotion. Oh, it was hope. He coughed and tried again, holding his own missing person poster out desperately. "Can you help me?" Things snowball after that, Izuku immediately losing any and all illusion of control over the situation. Fat Gum knelt beside Izuku and took the poster with gentle hands, examining it. After a moment he tucked it away, in a pocket. Izuku couldn't see around him, and instead reached for Izuku's hand, who was not prepared to be touched. He felt like he was being burned alive, the gentle touch of anyone not Mindwalker entirely foreign to him, but it was quite possibly the best feeling in the entire world. He was being seen, being touched, being hugged. Fat Gum was hugging him now, and Izuku was quite sure this was a dream, and if he woke up any time soon he would just die. It took a moment for him to process, and then he was hugging back as tightly as he could. "You're safe now," the hero whispered, and Izuku's tears began again. He nodded along and let the man pick him up and carry him to a police car, carefully keeping his back to the reporters until they were safely shielded behind the transport van. He made eye contact with someone over Izuku's head and jerked his own in a silent order. That poster said your name is Izuku, he said, looking down at the sniffling boy encouragingly. Izuku nodded and slowly rested his head against Fat Gum's ample chest. It was nice, he thought. Like an odd, warm pillow. Midoriya, Izuku said after a moment of gentle rocking. I'm 9. 9. Fat Gum crowed. A nice age and a nice, strong name. You're such a brave boy. I'm not brave, Izuku said. He turned his head up to stare at the hero pleadingly. I'm actually really bad. Bad? The hero actually looked offended. No, Izuku. You have it all wrong here. I'm a hero, right? Izuku nodded and then rested his head again, too exhausted to keep staring up at Fat Gum. He felt rather pathetic. Well, heroes know brave boys from villains. And if I'm a hero, then I can tell you with utmost certainty that you are a very brave boy, Fat Gum asserted. He carefully lowered Izuku onto the ground and knelt before him again, delicately holding his small hands in his own. He looked at the boy kindly. I wouldn't lie to you, Izuku. I hope you know that. I know, Izuku said, voice trembling with tears and hope. He blinked rapidly and craned his neck so he could wipe his eyes on his shoulder without losing contact with Fat Gum. I do know. I'm glad. Fat Gum exclaimed, grinning. I know you, Izuku blurted out. You're always around here with your sidekicks and interns and everyone likes you and you stop to talk to little kids and… A fan? He asked teasingly, looking extraordinarily pleased. Izuku nodded shyly for a moment. But not a good one, Izuku said. It's bad. What's bad about it? Fat Gum asked. Izuku pulled one of his hands away to reach for his notebook. He showed it to Fat Gum and turned it so a few pages fell open. He felt sick to his stomach to say, I'm, actually turning myself in, I think? Fat Gum didn't even look at the notebook. He only had eyes for Izuku in his dirty and tattered clothes with his skin mottled with bruises and scrapes. No, he said, gentle but firm. Just tell me what this is about, okay, Izuku? Well, how was he supposed to argue with that? Mind Walker took me when I was 4, Izuku said. He barely remembered it, but knew intimately how it went down. These were the words he practiced in his wildest dreams, the words he could use to explain what happened to him. He liked my quirk and wanted it for himself, so he told me he would hurt my mama if I didn't go with him. Your quirk? I guess I don't really know exactly how it works. I only found out I could do this today, he admitted. No one can hear me or see me or remember me even. They forget all about me immediately, so he had me. Fat Gum finally looked at the notebook Izuku was brandishing like a weapon. He flipped through some of the pages himself before he quietly said, He forced you to spy on people. I don't know why my quirk didn't work on him, Izuku mumbled, losing heart. He always just knew. I should have told someone though, and I should never have helped him, but I did. Fat Gum hugged him again and Izuku couldn't keep back the tidal wave of fears that garnered. I should have told someone, Izuku cried. But he said he'd hurt my mama and she's all I had and I miss her so much. You're telling me right now, Fat Gum said fiercely. You went with that villain to keep your mother safe because you were afraid she would be hurt and you would lose her. You know what that villain's quirk is, right? Fear manipulation, Izuku whispered. He knew what made you afraid, but you were still so brave, Fat Gum explained. He pulled away enough to hand back Izuku's notebook, but didn't let go of the boy's hand. You protected the civilian, Izuku. You're a hero. He made me do bad things, Izuku insisted, wiping his eyes again. He made me steal things for him and I stole things for me. For you? What did you steal for yourself? Food. So, Fat Gum hummed. It's still his fault. He didn't feed you and that forced you to steal. I guess. What did he make you steal for him? Today, this morning, really, he made me steal, drags. There were new criminals moving into the neighborhood and he wanted to take what they had and make other people run them out, Izuku explained. His tears were finally slowing. The, drags are at his apartment. I can take you there? Fat Gum opened his mouth to respond, but another voice cut him off. The vultures have taken flight, Present Mike announced, swaggering around the police cars. I repeat, the vultures have taken flight. Izuku visibly perked up and Fat Gum chuckled. He turned to wave his colleague over and the man himself ambled over to kneel beside Izuku as well and give him a small smile. He pinched his cheek and asked, "Now, who's this little listener?" "You're one of his little listeners." Fat Gum looked to him in silent encouragement. Izuku regretfully took the bait. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he answered slowly. "Lie." The moment stretched awkwardly until Fat Gum took pity on him and stepped in to explain. "One of the villains we caught, the one with that awful fear quirk, kidnapped Izuku years ago, when he was an even littler listener." Present Mike's breath caught for a moment and Izuku was sure that no one would have noticed the dark look that flashed across his face unless they were as close as Izuku was. He turned his head to Izuku then, expression gentling as he told him, "You're safe now, little Izuku. I'm sorry we couldn't reach you before." Izuku's own breath hitched in his chest and then he was crying again. This time he couldn't control himself as he howled, throwing himself back into the comfort of Fat Gum's embrace. Izuku kicked his legs idly, feeling uncomfortable and insecure in the flimsy hospital gown he'd been given to replace his own clothes. "Evidence?" Present Mike explained, making a face. "Sorry, little Izuku." Truth be told, Izuku didn't really miss the clothes so much as he missed the chance to hide from the world. Everything seemed to always be happening constantly and it was exhausting even if all he was doing was sitting along in an examination room. The exam was long over, as was the treatment the doctor insisted upon. Now Izuku was left alone in the room, struggling not to panic. His quirk made him forgettable, yes, but with so many people involved now and how big of a deal this was, no one would forget him in here, would they? He mentally checked and his blanket was still folded up to the side. He wasn't using his quirk, he was okay. He was driving himself into such a tizzy that he almost missed it when Present Mike opened the door and led the underground hero from into the exam room. The hero gave Izuku a bright smile and was encouraged when it was returned immediately. He let go of where he'd been tugging Eraserhead around after him and instead gave Izuku a gentle hug. "There you are, little listener," he crowed and Izuku felt so light that all he wanted to do was bounce. Izuku was here. He was here and everyone saw him. Present Mike drew back and explained, "I have a friend here that I want you to meet." "The underground hero," Izuku said, peering around Present Mike curiously. There was the faintest hint of dread in his words, lingering terror from knowing this man was almost unknowingly targeted by one of the most fearsome villains Izuku knew of. "I am," Eraserhead agreed. "Do you know me?" "Not really," he hedged. "I heard someone call you Eraserhead earlier, though. That's a pretty cool name, but not really descriptive like Fat Gum." "Oh, but that's probably the point, isn't it? Since you're an underground hero and all." "It's more on the nose than you know," he said. "Oh, Izuku cast around for something else to say, feeling wrong-footed. "But anyway, I don't really know you. I hadn't even seen you until yesterday night." "Yesterday," Eraserhead repeated. "I'd just gotten into town to prepare for the bust. You saw me then?" "You, were," Izuku stuttered, conflicted. He didn't really want to admit his creeping in Loudmouth Studios in front of Present Mike himself, but at this point honesty was really the best policy. "I snuck out last night and wandered around a bit. I wasn't supposed to, but..." He didn't want to be near Mind Walker. He knew they were smart enough to read between the lines. When Izuku took Present Mike and Fat Gum to Mind Walker's apartment, he'd pointed out his closet and watched that fleeting dark look on the heroes' faces. "I always went out the kitchen window," he explained instead, picking at the bandages on his hands. "He always knew if I opened the front door somehow. He told me that Bibube trapped it somehow, I think." Izuku pressed his fingers together, embarrassed and shy. "And then, I went down to Loudmouth Studios." "The door," Present Mike gasped, eyes lighting in realization. "That was you." "The door?" Izuku asked, unsure of what the man meant. Present Mike began laughing until Eraserhead pushed him aside with an icy glare that even Izuku could tell was fake at best. He took over and explained, I was in the building when the receptionist reported something unusual with the front door and stairwell door appearing to open of their own volition. It was odd because just minutes later the man didn't remember making the report. That's weird, Izuku said, scrunching up his face in thought. Usually people are quicker to forget, but then I don't think I really wanted to be invisible. Maybe there are different levels of my quirk. Let's not go around frying people's minds to test that theory, Eraserhead said dryly. You saw me at Loudmouth? I went to, present mix floor, Izuku admitted, face warm with an embarrassed blush. I was listening in the lounge. So close, present Mike sighed wistfully. Izuku looked at him in question, but nothing else was forthcoming. Did you leave immediately? Eraserhead asked, ignoring his friend. No, not immediately, he said slowly. You turned around and it was almost like you looked at me. I felt like I was being watched. Cameras? Not the same feeling. Oh. What did you do then? He asked, easing back on his intense aura. I got out of your eyesight, Izuku admitted. He scratched his head bashfully. I saw your goggles and figured you had some kind of vision quirk and I didn't want to get caught in it. When I walked by you I saw the official hero restraints, so I knew you were a hero, but I didn't know you. Then I just went down the other set of stairs. I'm just putting this out there, Present Mike declared. But the thought of little Izuku coming to my studios to relax and listen to my show is going to be one of my most cherished memories. Izuku stared at him, utterly overloaded. Leave him alone, you absolute cretin, Eraserhead complained. We're trying to talk to the boy, not break him. For lack of a better response, Izuku told Present Mike about the broken window. Present Mike blinked at him and then informed him that he was about to be hugged again and advised him to prepare himself. You're too precious. I've done bad things. Izuku felt he needed to remind them. Okay, let's go ahead and nip that in the bud, Eraserhead decided and came over to kneel next to Izuku. There's a difference between actions you choose to take and actions you are forced to take. If you want to confess your sins, then you better make Demon well sure they're your sins. Show Yuta. Present Mike scolded him quietly and Izuku tried to forget it, didn't want to know that they trusted him enough to name themselves in front of him. I stole food from vendors, Izuku told him. If you don't eat you die, Eraserhead said. Mind Walker withheld food and forced you to take what you needed to survive. Next. Show Yuta, stop it. Cold hard facts, kid, Eraserhead said, eyes intense as they stared at him. Give me a better argument or give it up. Izuku stared at him until he couldn't hold his tongue anymore. Shame, guilt, everything in between forced the words out of him. I told Mind Walker about you, Izuku admitted, suddenly terrified. Eraserhead raised a brow in silent question. I told him that I saw a hero I didn't know, he said, starting to shake. He looked away from Eraserhead, feeling like he didn't deserve the honor of even looking at the man. I guessed about your quirk and told him all of that too. Little Izuku, Present Mike murmured, reaching to clasp Izuku's shoulder only to be shrugged off as he curled in on himself. I'm sorry, he said, eyes wet. I'm really sorry. He was just so mad when I got home and he wanted to know if I found anything at least, and I should have told him no. I should have just told him no. It wouldn't have, nothing would have changed. Breathe, Eraserhead commanded, reaching out to take Izuku's hands. He didn't try to resist. Breathe, Izuku. He wanted to go after you, Izuku whispered. I was just so scared. I'm glad you told him about me, Eraserhead said, and Izuku had to look up in shock. The man was still staring intently at the boy. I'm a hero, kid. Do you know what that means? There were a million things Izuku could have said to that. In the end, he settled on saying nothing. Absently, he noticed that Present Mike drew close again and began petting his hair. It felt nice. It means that I'm here to help, he continued. If telling him about me helped you even a little bit, then I'm glad you spoke up. I am. I'll shoulder the repercussions gladly if it means that your burden was lightened even a little. Izuku thought. It kind of mocked me for not knowing about underground heroes, Izuku said slowly. He likes to know things I don't. He holds it over me. He liked when I told him about heroes. He didn't hit me. He usually does. A hero's job is to help people, Eraserhead explained. And what you're telling me is that I helped. Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe. So I'm telling you again, kid. Give me a better argument or give it up. Do you need help with that? Present Mike asked, watching how Izuku struggled with the juice box provided with his standard issue hospital dinner. It was getting late in the night, but visiting hours were for chumps that weren't heroes and here under doctor's orders. With no other options available to them just yet, Izuku was to be kept overnight in the hospital and so he was given his own room. Present Mike and Eraserhead remained with the child after noticing that he was prone to anxiety whenever left alone. This left Present Mike in the chair beside Izuku's bed while Eraserhead sat in one beside the door, a silent, distracted protector. No, Izuku muttered stubbornly, glaring at the mutinous juice box. He tried again and cried out in delight when the flimsy straw finally managed to break through the foil. Lighting up with pride, he finished the thing in 3 large gulps. I can't, Present Mike said, turning to look at Eraserhead. I can't do this. He's too cute. SCK it up, was the man's loving advice. Sighing, he turned back to Izuku to find the child blushing. Too cute. Instead of further embarrassing him, he asked, if I can't help you with your juice, is there anything else I can help you with? Anything you want? The book? Crayons? A coloring book. Izuku set his spent juice box aside and eyed Present Mike with something akin to nervous hope. The hero perked up, grinning as he said, all right. Go ahead, lay it on me. Little Izuku. I see that look in your eye, you've got something in mind. Well, Izuku averted his eyes bashfully. It's really just a question. Even better, he said. I don't have to leave my favorite little listener to fetch the answer. What, am I going to get my notebook back? He asked. Present Mike's grin slipped into a grimace and Izuku's heart sank. I would like nothing more than to get it for you, Present Mike said. But it's, well, evidence of what happened to you, if nothing else. You probably won't get it back. Oh, that's okay, Izuku said, trying to not look as disappointed as he felt. He didn't have much experience with schooling his expressions. Why would he when Mind was the only one that could see him? So he wasn't sure how successful he was. You could get a new one, Eraserhead suggested. He still wasn't looking up from his phone, but he didn't need to detract the conversation. Keeping a journal is a good therapeutic tool. Would that really be okay? Izuku fretted. Do I have a journal, you mean? I do. I write it in code. Oh, Izuku breathed. That's so cool. Could you teach me? Of course he can, Present Mike said, standing up. He clapped his hands together in glee and announced, give me a few minutes. Just wait for me, okay? He charged out of the room with all the haste a man on a mission from a child should, and the room lapsed into a comfortable, if a bit awkward silence. Yeah, Eraserhead said after a moment, answering Izuku's silent question. He's always like that. Oh. Hey, kid, he called, finally pocketing his phone and sitting up straighter in his chair. Earlier you said that you had some guesses about my quirk, right? That's right, Izuku said. Nothing solid though. What were your best ones? He asked. Oh, well, the first ones were all pretty wild until I stopped to think about it properly. Izuku laughed nervously. He was somehow comforted and encouraged by Eraserhead's silence, so he continued without prompting. For a second I remembered this hero in America and thought of eye lasers? Eye lasers, the hero repeated, not exactly smiling, but still managing to look amused. You thought I may have eye lasers? That's interesting. Shut up. Izuku pulled his blanket up to cover his face as it burned with embarrassment. It's so dumb. It didn't even fit. It's not a subtle quirk, and why would lasers make you wear goggles? I'm so stupid. Not stupid, he corrected. I'd say that's just childish whimsy. Anything else of note? Not really, he admitted. There were a million different things it could have been. And now? Do you have any ideas? He asked. Izuku hesitated as if about to speak, but ultimately just shook his head. It's actually all in my name, he admitted. My quirk is simple. It's called erasure. Oh, that's I didn't want to bother with a hero name, so had to accept the one foist upon me, he explained. With a wry smile, he said, Present Mike is rather hard to dissuade, you'll find. It's a good name, Izuku said, finally lowering the blanket so he could look at the hero. So your quirk erases things? It is vision-based though? I guess I just assumed because of the goggles, but really there are a lot of reasons a hero would need goggles. Take a breath every once in a while, Eraserhead advised. Yeah, it has to do with my vision. I can erase the quirk of anyone I look at. You can? Izuku gasped, eyes wide. That was a powerful quirk to have. It doesn't work all the time, he explained. I have to activate it. Can you use it on me? He asked hopefully. His heart was pounding. I have your consent? Eraserhead clarified. When Izuku looked confused, he explained. It's your body and your quirk. You haven't done anything wrong, so I won't use my quirk on you without your XPLCT permission. You understand that, right? No good person would force their quirk on you without your permission. Oh, Izuku blinked. Yes, you have my permission. Please use your quirk on me. Eraserhead leaned forward and something changed in the air, something charged and a little bit dangerous. The hero's hair began to rise and his eyes shone red and Izuku couldn't find his quirk. It left him breathless, feeling bare and vulnerable, but so very good. It's gone, he said, voice hitching as tears began to well up in his eyes. It's really gone. Eraserhead blinked and it was over, but Izuku had to keep wiping his eyes because the tears just wouldn't stop. After a moment, the hero moved over to take Present Mick's abandoned chair. Gently he asked, Are you all right? Yes, Izuku choked out. It just felt so good. Eraserhead wouldn't admit it under even the most extreme torture, but his heart melted just a bit. He reached out to take Izuku's hand while he cried. His quirk unnerved people at best, but there was a certain amount of sense to the child's reaction. Try and explain it, he requested. He wanted to get Izuku in the habit of verbalizing his feelings now that there were people that needed to know and wanted to listen. This might sound weird, okay? Izuku waited until Eraserhead nodded. When I started messing around with my quirk today, I was thinking of it like a blanket. You know, like how little kids throw on a sheet and pretend to be ghosts. My quirk was the blanket and it made me a ghost. So I tried to pull it off in my head. I pulled it off and folded it up and set it aside and then people could see me. Eraserhead waited and was rewarded for his patience. It was like you took the blanket from me, Izuku mumbled, wiping away the last of his tears. I took your blanket, Eraserhead said even though his thoughts sounded more like your prison. I took it and put it on the top shelf where you can't reach it and locked the cabinet up tight. Izuku nodded, relieved that the hero was willing to go along with such a silly analogy. I see you, Eraserhead said simply, eyes intent on Izuku's face. It was such a small thing to say, those 3 words, but it was all Izuku had ever wanted. Sorry for the interruption, Present Mike called as he opened the door and stepped in. He didn't look surprised in the least to find Eraserhead at Izuku's bedside. I haven't found you a notebook yet, but I did find something else you'll love even more. It's okay, Izuku stammered. You don't have to get me, things. Present Mike tooted, shaking his head. I absolutely do and it's a privilege and an honor. Now, come on in. Izuku's eyes widened as Eraserhead pulled away, easily slipping into the back of the room. Was it another hero? That would be really cool. He'd heard that Present Mike and Midnight were close. Maybe. Izuku stared in shock at a face so like his own, mouth falling open in surprise. He was only a little aware of the strangled noise he began emitting. Izuku, his mother whispered and the dam broke. Mama, he mouthed, voice lost for a moment. He scrambled out of his bed, all but throwing himself at his mother, weeping. Mama! He didn't care that his shrieked calls for his mother were probably disturbing other patients. All he cared about were the arms wrapped around him and the soft cardigan under his cheek. Izuku! Oh, baby, she cooed, voice breaking over her own tears. You're safe now, I have you. You're safe, Izuku. You're safe and I have you now. So, Hisashi drawled after taking a sip of his beer. That kid is going to be the death of me. Tell everyone I went happily into the light and that my wish is to be buried under the stars. With the emotional family reunion still going on, Hisashi and Shoyuta chose to relocate to the nearest bar, leaving the boy and his mother temporarily under the protection of a rookie hero from Fat Gum's agency. Shoyuta grunted at his friend in reply and got an accusing finger wagged at him for his troubles. His mind was already back at the hospital. You aren't allowed to give me that kind of unenthusiastic drivel, Hisashi told him. No devil-may-care attitude, not for Izuku. I'm not giving you any kind of attitude, Shoyuta said and jerked his glass away before his friend could actually make him spill his own drink. By way of distraction he asked, don't you think he'll turn on us? Oh sure, he laughed. I mean, eventually. Teenagers are just like that, you know. Take this seriously, he snapped. Humor me, just for a minute. Hisashi sighed and took another swig of his beer. He set it down and began slowly moving it to and fro on the wooden table to see the path of water it left behind. Slowly, he said, is there a possibility that a villain may get his hands on Izuku again? And is there a possibility that villain may twist Izuku into working for them and against us? Also yes. He looked up then and pointed his bottle at his friend accusingly. But I don't think for even a second that he's a bad kid. I can't look at him and not see anything but a child in need of help, and I know you feel the same, so keep a lid on it, Mr. Doom and Gloom. All he wants is to be seen. Shoyuta sighed and traced the rim of his glass. He cried when I used my quirk on him and he said it was because it felt good. He's gonna be seen all right, Hisashi joked. With a personality like that, he's gonna take the world by storm. I keep thinking it's a shame, he sighed. A quirk like his would make for a great underground hero. Could you imagine? Keep your thoughts to yourself, Hisashi said, laughing. If anyone gets dibs on him as a protege, it's not gonna be you, you buzzkill. And besides, maybe he doesn't want to be hero. You're hilarious, he deadpanned. He swiftly dodged the gentle shoulder shove his friend tried and continued, he loves heroes. He felt bad for selling me out. Me, Hisashi. I give kids nightmares. I'd say that's not true, but I've seen your students around exam time, he laughed. Oh, Izuku's just too precious. How are things going with the protective detail? Well enough, Shoyuta said. He'd spent the better part of his afternoon and evening glued to his phone, fielding text messages and emails from what seemed to be 1,000,000 different people from 1,000 different agencies. He was efficient though and determined to set up a strong framework for Izuku Midoriya's recovery. Everyone agrees that he'll need constant hero supervision, he explained. For his own safety and the safety of his mother. Everyone agrees he's not a flight risk, but we can't exactly let them go back to Ms. Midoriya's home just like that. That'd be just begging for trouble, Hisashi grumbled. Netsu offered up UA as a solution, he continued. It would be easy enough to add a small living space on campus for Izuku and his mother, and 13 agreed to make the move with them. Oh, that's gonna be cute, he grinned. A cute little UA family that we can visit every day. Izuku needs training, Shoyuta explained. He's been working on his quirk, but it's obvious that he needs to learn more control. Maybe then he won't be so terrified of it. At least he won't need stamina training, he pointed out. Most of our kids have to work on it while our newest little superstar has kept his quirk active for something like 5 years. At least there's that, he sighed. Oh, and Fat Gum has requested to be involved as well. Can't forget him, Hisashi cheered. He's the first one the kid went to for help, so it's only natural for him to want to be involved. Izuku is remarkably trusting, Shoyuta noted. Since he's come out of hiding, he passively accepts everything we tell him and everything we do. It could be a result of his abuse, or he could really just be that weak-willed. At that, Hisashi punched him in the arm, not with full strength, but Demon did it sting, and said, that boy lived with that human nightmare for years until he gathered up the courage to ask for help. It's most likely he just trusts heroes, he admitted, rubbing his arm. Geez, Shoyuta. You have to stop with that negativity of yours, Hisashi complained. You're seriously bringing me down. We can't have that. His voice was dry. Nope, no we can't, he agreed and tossed back the rest of his beer. Especially not if I'm to be the voice of a generation, reaching out to every sad little kid in the entire world. You're too much, Shoyuta groaned and finished his own drink. He shoved away from the table and stalked out of the bar as Hizashi laughed behind him, leaving the man to pay their tab. The night was nice and the walk back to the hospital was blessedly quiet. And if he showed up at the hospital with a set of 5 differently colored notebooks, a package of pens, and a set of rather nice markers, well, he'd just blame Hizashi for it anyway. Katsuki used to have a best friend. That was a fact that just simply was. Like how the sky was blue, the grass was green, or how his quirk was quantifiably better than everyone else's in every conceivable way. He could barely remember the boy that had been such a staple in his life, but his loss was felt even now. Followed Katsuki. Very real person-shaped hole in his life that haunted him every moment of every day. It followed him from class to class, from his home to the playground to the woods he liked to play in. It affected other people too, he noticed. It looked like children being cautioned to buddy up, to travel in pairs or packs and never ever go anywhere alone. It looked like the look of relief on his parents' faces when all he did was come home from school. When he visited Auntie Inko, it looked like a woman hunched over in grief with a missing poster clenched in her hands. Sometimes it was loud wailing, sometimes silent tears that just happened sometimes. Go away, he wanted to yell at it. Go away. Leave us all alone. Just die already. But the hole in his life had no ears to appeal to, no mouth for him to converse with. It couldn't be reasoned with or scared away. Eventually, Katsuki just learned to deal with it. He made room for it, scaring off any other kids that wanted to sit in the desk beside his. He crafted his own pack of kids to order around and made sure he was never the odd one out. He looked at the hole in his life and chose to live loudly instead of shrinking back. No matter how prominent the hole was, it could never outshine him. Inko Midoriya was a strong woman and there was no one that could ever, or would ever, dispute that. 5 years was a long time to hold on to painful hope, but she did it. Izuku never left her home, not really. She still cleaned religiously, tidying his home so not even a speck of dust could mar any of his extensive all-might collection. The sheets on his bed were washed regularly. She would never tell anyone, but she still bought him clothes. A new uniform for every new school year. New shoes. An all-might hoodie that he would have wanted. Her friends often tried to convince her to lay him to rest, insisting that this was bad for her and for his spirit, but she always told them she just wasn't ready. The truth, she would never be ready. Every Sunday she packed up a small bag with a stack of missing posters and various adhesives. As time moved on, she packed more things to take with her like a bottle of water and maybe some snacks. Tears dehydrated her and the snacks, more often than not, would be given away when she realized she had no appetite. With her pack in hand, she made her rounds and visited every missing poster she'd put up. If it was gone or damaged in any way, she would replace it, carefully making sure not to even let them wrinkle. She knew that at this point most people were used to ignoring them, but every once in a while she would find someone stopping to look at them. That one hero, Inko forgot her name, had even stopped her one Sunday and asked for a copy. It gave her hope. On some of the darker nights, Inko lost hope that the posters would bring her boy home. Still, she made her rounds. If they couldn't guide Izuku back to her, then she hoped his killer would see them everywhere, hoped Izuku's face would haunt them until their dying breath. Inko had no mercy for child killers. It was a Sunday when Inko got the call. Having just gotten home, Inko slumped on the couch, a handful of posters still clutched painfully tight in her hand. She stared blankly at the wall, feeling emotionally exhausted. She hadn't cried during her weekly ritual in years, but today she felt close. There had been a boy at the police station when she went to check on the poster pinned up on their board. He'd come in off the street and explained that another child found him after he'd gotten lost and brought him to the station for help. She'd stayed to watch him, giving him all the snacks that she had on her as they waited for his mother to arrive. She was there in less than 10 minutes, face a mess of tears. Inko wished the reunion could have warmed her heart, but bitterly she wished that could have been her and Izuku. She felt terrible for begrudging that poor mother's happiness, but she just wished. Her breath shuddered as she released it, finally relaxing her grip on the posters. They fell to the ground in a crumpled pile that begged to be straightened and replaced in her Sunday bag. Inko stared at them for a minute before leaning back into the cushions, promising herself that she would tidy them up after a few moments to compose herself. She was just reaching for the remote control when her phone began to ring. "Hello," she answered, not bothering to read the caller ID. It was probably one of her friends calling to check up on her, or even just work asking if she could come in. "Hello. Is this Ms. Midoriya? Or it could be neither." Inko sat up straight, frowning in confusion. "It is. Can I help you?" "Actually, I think we can help you." Had Inko been more aware of anything, she would have made sure to get the nice police officer's name. He'd picked her up from home and brought her here. To the hospital they said her baby boy was at because they'd found her son. Later she would want to thank him profusely, but at the moment she was certain the shock was about to do her in. The front desk was swamped with people, but she tried to brave it before a loud voice called, "Ms. Midoriya?" When she turned, she had to crane her neck to look the tall man in the eye. He was a hero in full costume, and at one time she might have cared about that. Izuku loved collecting autographs just as much as he loved collecting merchandise. But now she didn't have time to be stalled. "Can I help you?" she asked, polite but short. "Sorry for the distraction," he grinned. "I couldn't help but notice you is all. Your boy looks a lot like you." "Izuku," she gasped. Reaching out, she snagged his hand desperately. "Please, do you know where he is? Can you take me to him?" "Of course," he agreed easily. She let him reposition her grip to his forearm before he began to lead her through the hustle and bustle. "Did the police explain everything?" "They might have tried," she said, and then admitted, "All I heard was that Izuku had been found." "Understandable," he sympathized. "And, well, they probably wanted to get you here as fast as possible." Inko ground to a halt, forcing the man to stop with her. She stared at him, eyes hard. "I want to know exactly what happened," she demanded. "Oh well," he chuckled nervously. "Your boy, Izuku, he came up to me while we were wrapping up at a crime scene and asked for help. He said a villain had kept him as a prisoner because of his quirk." "His quirk?" she asked. "What could that have?" He didn't have a quirk and I can't think of how it might have made him a target anyway." "Ms. Midoriya, he has a very powerful stealth quirk," the man explained. "Even without precision training, it's incredible. I know that you or Izuku's father may not be as strong, but that's impossible," she refuted. "My quirk lets me pull small things towards me and his father's let him breathe fire." "Oh," the man blinked at her in surprise. I don't know how you got the idea that his quirk was that, but," she sniffed. "But my Izuku didn't even have his quirk yet." "I'm sorry," he said, face gentling. Inko tried to blink back her tears. He was young. His quirk had probably only just activated. The wrong person saw it. It just shouldn't have happened. "I'm sorry that it did." Inko nodded, wiping her eyes miserably. "It's rare but not unheard of," a new voice chimed in. She looked up at the blonde man walking over to them and then blushed, remembering that she was having a breakdown in the middle of a busy hallway. "For kids to get shiny new quirks unrelated to their parents' quirks. My name is Hizashi, but you might know me as Present Mike." "Another hero." "I know you," she said. "Izuku used to listen to your shows." Hizashi's entire face lit up. "Oh," the other man exclaimed. "I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Taishiro or Fatgum, if you please." "I'm sorry," she said and meant it. "I'm not very familiar with the hero scene." "No need to apologize. All that matters to me is that your son knew me enough to trust me when he asked for my help," Fatgum explained. "I know I've done my job and I've done my job well when I can help a child in need." "I can escort you to him from here," Hizashi said. "Fat, I think you should probably report into your agency before one of your sidekicks starts calling morgues again." "That was one time," he laughed. "One. Let's not make it twice," he said and offered his arm to Inko. She accepted it and he began to lead her through the halls. "As far as we can tell, little Izuku's actually doing pretty well, but the doctors want to keep him overnight for observation. Physically he's okay, but..." Well, we can only guess what he had to go through at this point. Inko swallowed hard. I promise that he'll be okay from here on out, Hizashi swore. We've set up a protective detail until we get everything figured out, so don't worry about all the heroes you'll see around. Is my son still in danger? She asked, voice weak. Nothing immediate, he assured her. It's a precaution at best, really. The villain that was holding him has already been captured and taken into custody, but he's known to run with a couple other villains and the odd, unsavory type. It's probably nothing, but we're not taking any risks with Izuku's safety. Thank you, Inko whispered, and Hizashi gave her a warm smile before letting go of her and gesturing wildly. And here we are, he announced. Gently he asked, Are you ready? Mr. Mike, she said. I will commit an act of violence if I can't see my child as soon as possible. Grinning, Hizashi threw open the door to Izuku's room, calling out to her son. After giving Izuku his purchases, Shoyuta spent the rest of his night fielding questions from dozens of different people and agencies. He was determined to give the mother and son at least a night to themselves before the real world came crashing down on them. And it had absolutely nothing about the warm feeling he'd had when Izuku's eyes lit up like every one of his birthdays had come all at once when Shoyuta dropped off the journals. Eraserhead was an unflappable pro-hero, after all. Left with nothing to do but answer calls and texts and emails, Shoyuta actually chose to patrol the streets around the hospital. Some might call him crazy, Hizashi for example, but he knew sleep would never come to him with how full of nervous energy he was. There was work to be done and he could rest when he was dead. Or when he finally returned to UA. He was pretty sure his students were spreading rumors of his untimely death at that very moment. The lightening of the sky as the morning came as a bitter pill. The last thing he wanted was to interrupt the Midoriya's reunion, but not even his extensive network was enough to hold off the rising sun. He sighed and stretched, emerging from his hiding place. He'd been eavesdropping and earned himself a few nice leads for the effort, before making his way back to the hospital, looping around to pick up a cup of coffee on his way. Strolling in, he caught sight of Hizashi almost immediately. The man looked different out of his costume with his hair done up in a messy bun, but his jacket was still on brand enough to be immediately recognizable. Good morning, he greeted, moving over to the man as he leaned against the wall miserably. Hizashi cracked an eye open and then glared. You're an a-hole, he grit out. A selfish a-hole. I have no idea what you mean, Shoyuta said and took another smug sip of his coffee. Never bringing enough to share with the class, Hizashi grumbled and pushed off the wall. Tiredly, he cracked his back as Shoyuta gave him a smug grin. You're the cat and the canary has gone missing, Sho. I have no idea what you mean, he repeated, slower. It means I'm going to throw you down the stairs, he threatened, holding the door to the stairwell open for his friend. Well, if it's going to happen, it might as well happen in a hospital, he commented. Their light bickering carried them to the hallway just outside of Izuku's room. Right? Hizashi said. So how are we going to play this? Detective Yamamoto wants to talk to them first, Shoyuta explained. The compromise had been reached not even an hour ago after several different police departments were warring for the right to question the boy. Mindwalker's illicit activities were widespread and cared not for jurisdiction. And then it's up to us to convince them to move into UA so we can teach Izuku. Setting up his career already, Hizashi joked. Do you have colleges picked out yet or no? Don't be ridiculous, he said loftily, approaching the officer and hero on duty. You can go pro without a college degree. You're hopeless, Hizashi called as knocked on Izuku's door. Come in, Inko called and Hizashi let himself in with a small, guilty smile. Sorry for bothering you so early, he apologized. Inko was sitting in the chair beside Izuku's bed looking as if she hadn't slept a wink all night. Izuku, however, had just started awake. He blinked up at Hizashi in a mild panic. Hey there, little listener. It's okay, Inko assured him, reaching out to slide her son's hair with her free hand as her right was clenched in Izuku's. The boy relaxed almost immediately under her touch with the assurance that he hadn't somehow gone invisible again during the night. Did you need something from us? Unfortunately, yes, he said. Well, mostly from Izuku. There's a detective coming by that wants to talk to him about everything that's happened. Inko frowned and looked at Izuku, who looked like he was only a few drowsy moments from returning to the sweet release of sleep. Hisashi envied him. "It can't wait?" she asked, fretting. He felt like the world's biggest villain for crashing their first morning reunited. "Mama, it's okay," Izuku said, trying to sit up a bit more. He scrubbed the sleep from his face and frowned in concentration. His hands settled in his lap and he focused on them, twisting them together. "Is it gonna help?" Hisashi saw the scars on his hands, thin strips of pale against his normal complexion. He saw how the boy traced them, how grim he was. It hurt to think about. "Yes, it will," he confirmed, moving over to Izuku's bedside. "We have Mindwalker in custody, but there's a lot we don't know." "And I lived with him," Izuku said quietly. "You were his captive," Hisashi corrected. Behind him the door opened and admitted Shoyuta and a junior hero. "He probably didn't think you would ever get free, but here you are. You won, little listener." Izuku looked up at him then and gave him a small smile. His eyes shifted to the new hero after a moment and then he turned curious. "Hello," he greeted. "Your hair is a cloud." "You bet it is," she said cheerfully. "My name is Rainy Day. It's nice to meet you." "Are you a hero?" he asked. "Just an intern for right now," she laughed. She lifted her hands to show off the bags she carried. "My boss heard what happened and sent over breakfast for everyone. It was a surprise to see Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei, though." "Huh?" he asked, turning to look at the two named heroes. "Oh, she's one of our students," Hisashi explained. "I didn't realize you were going to be in the field today, though." "The boss got a breakthrough," she explained as Inko rose to help her lay out all the food on the end of Izuku's bed. "When the boss says show up, I know better than to oversleep." "You're a teacher too?" Izuku asked Shoyuta as Hisashi scolded Rainy about a missing essay. "I am," he said. "Not many people know that just yet, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it a secret." "I will," he said. "I'm good at keeping secrets. Most of the time." Shoyuta eyed him and noticed how the boy looked down in shame. He sighed and said, "It's okay. I only meant for you to try and not bring it up. If it's for your well-being, I expect you to tell them." "Okay." "You're killing me, kid," he murmured. "Cheer up a bit. You're free and everyone is okay. The world isn't ending." "Alright. Really, you didn't need to do all this," Inko was saying, looking at the impressive spread. She was sure it was enough to feed everyone in the room and then some. "Of course the boss didn't need to do it," Rainy said. "But it makes us heroes feel good to help out, even a little bit. So please let us do this for you." Izuku cut in then as Inko acquiesced gracefully. He asked, "Does your quirk have something to do with the weather, then?" "Yup," she confirmed. "You're a sharp kid, aren't you? My quirk lets me affect the weather. The smaller the area, the more effective." "That's so cool," he marveled. "Thank you," she said and reached to ruffle his hair. She checked the time and then groaned. "Oh, the boss is gonna skin me alive. I have to get going." Everyone exchanged goodbyes while Inko quietly helped Izuku choose from the selection of food. Just as Rainy Day left, another visitor entered. "Detective," Shoyuta greeted. "Eraserhead," he returned, shaking his hand. Inko startled at the voice and looked up. "Detective Yamamoto," she exclaimed, a tired smile finally finding its way to her face. He grinned back and gave her a wave. "Good morning, Ms. Midoriya," he said and then held up a large thermos. "I brought some tea if you'd like." "Izuku, this is Detective Yamamoto," she introduced. To him she said, "I would love some tea." Cups were located in short order and then she was pouring some for everyone but Shoyuta, who only held up his coffee in silent explanation. "I'm the detective in charge of your case," he explained to Izuku. He sobered and bowed low to Izuku and Inko. "I apologize for my failings." It took several minutes of assurances before he began looking anything but guilty. "It's my quirk," Izuku tried to explain. "No one could even see me." "I was entrusted with the job of finding you," he rebutted. "And I failed." Izuku's disappearance was a stain on his otherwise stellar record, but his case had always been more than a point of pride. Inko Midoriya became a staunch friend through all the false leads and dead ends, and it pained him every day to admit that he couldn't do anything to help her find her son. However it happened, Inko said firmly, I'm just glad you got to meet my boy. I'm glad too, he said, smiling at Izuku. You're a good boy. And brave. How are you holding up? I'm good, he said quickly. A moment passed before he admitted, it's just a lot. But I'm happy. I'm so happy. Oh, honey, Inko fussed, pulling a tissue out of the box on the bedside table to mop up Izuku's tears while hugging him tight. We feel similarly, Yamamoto said. We're so happy that you reached out and that you're here now. I love you, Inko whispered, crying herself now. Izuku hugged her back twice and tight. Yamamoto waited until they broke apart a bit and mumbled apologies. He assured them, we're intruding here. I'm sorry for asking even more from you, but we really need Izuku's help to take down the last of Mindwalker's web. Does it have to be now? Inko asked. She looked between Izuku and Yamamoto worriedly. You can't let him rest? Unfortunately, there's a lot that we don't know, Yamamoto grimaced. And it could potentially put people in danger, Izuku especially. Mama, it's okay, Izuku told her insistently. Inko's grip on his hand tightened subconsciously, but Izuku turned towards the detective. I can tell you anything. Everything. I want to help. Inko couldn't decide if she was more worried or proud, but the two emotions rose to choke out any other protest she had. What we're concerned with first and foremost is your safety, Yamamoto explained as he pulled out a notepad and pen. Inko relinquished her chair to him in favor of sitting on the edge of the bed, petting Izuku's hair absently. As far as we know, Mindwalker ran with a loose ring of criminals for the most part. To the best of your knowledge, is that correct? Yes, Izuku confirmed, squirming slightly under the formal attitude shift that overtook the room. And these partners of his, the detective asked, are they aware of your existence? I'm not sure about all of them, but I know a few of them are, Izuku said. His face scrunched up in aggravation. He had friends that would come and visit sometimes. I hated them. They could never see me, but they talked about me a lot. And what did they say? He asked, tapping his pen on his paper. Mind would talk about what I could do and how I helped him, he admitted, lowering his head in shame. I'm sorry about that. You did what you thought you had to, show you to cut in. We've talked about this. Other than sorry, how else would you describe how you're feeling? Izuku stalled for a moment before settling on, thankful. Thank you for rescuing me. You're welcome, Detective Yamamoto said after Shoyuta glared at him. And, thank you for trusting us and agreeing to help. What else did you need to know? Izuku asked, lifting his head again. There was a shadow of something like confidence in him now that hadn't been there before. The detective made a mental note to corner Eraserhead and thank him for his intervention later. Could you describe Mindwalker's accomplices for me? Just a rough description will work for now, just so we can get an idea of what we're dealing with, Yamamoto explained. Izuku hummed in thought. There were 3 that came around the most, he said. He had a girlfriend, I think? I think they were dating, but I don't know for sure. I don't know her name, but she has a quirk that lets her change her hair color. Her favorite color to change to is purple to match Mind's eyes. Did she have any distinguishing features? The detective asked. A noticeable scar, for example. No, nothing like that, Izuku said, sounding disappointed. She's tall though. Taller than Mind. That narrows things down, he said. You're doing great, Izuku. Izuku traded a proud look with Inko. There was another one that they called Judge, but I don't think that was his real name. He has black hair and he's a little shorter than Mind, Izuku dutifully reported. He has a weird transformation quirk that let him turn stuff into rock, but only like alive stuff. Or stuff that used to be alive. Matter manipulation, Yamamoto pondered. A quirk that can turn organic matter into rock. That's a nasty one for a villain. I saw him do it to flowers once, Izuku said. They were supposed to be for Mind's girlfriend, I think? He turned them into stone and I thought Mind would be mad, but he said they would just last longer that way. Were they as pretty as rocks? Shoyuta asked. Were they colorful? No, they were just gray, he answered. So it's safe to assume that he can only turn things into one kind of rock, he hypothesized. Izuku nodded along considerately as one hand strayed to his journals on the side table. Shoyuta was willing to bet a month's salary that the kid wanted to write more notes. And the other one? Yamamoto prompted when Izuku lapsed into thoughtful silence. Oh, they're really weird and I don't know their name either, he explained. They wore a big cartoon head thing and didn't really talk much. I don't even know their quirk. A cartoon head? The detective repeated. Could you describe it? Well, they wore a few different ones, he said. Sometimes they had animals and sometimes they had cartoon characters. Maybe you could try and draw them, Shoyuta interrupted again. Your other journal had pictures in it, right? You like to draw? I do, he said. I can draw them. And I can write down other stuff I remember, if you want. Like report. Just like, he confirmed and looked at Yamamoto. That would be very helpful, the detective agreed. That's a good idea, Eraserhead. I've been known to have them every once in a while, he said. Do you have any more questions for Izuku? Hisashi asked, finally speaking up. Or can we get this releasing show on the road? I think I'm done for now, he said and then smiled at Izuku. Thank you, you've been a huge help. Izuku beamed back at him. You're welcome. Yamamoto said his goodbyes and departed in short order, leaving Shoyuta and Hisashi to explain what came next to the Midoriyas. Well, the doctors have agreed that this adorable little listener is in the clear to be released, Hisashi told them cheerfully. They want to schedule a few follow-ups, but other than that you'll soon be a free man. That didn't seem to comfort Izuku. What next? He asked anxiously. What's going to happen to me? We'll go home, honey, Inko said, smiling at him. Shoyuta sighed and resisted the urge to glare at Hisashi for faltering. Once again, it was up to him to play the bad guy. In any other situation that would be the case, he said. But for Izuku's safety we would really rather you didn't. What do you mean? Inko asked, looking between the two heroes anxiously. He's my son. You can't keep him. We have no intention of separating the two of you, Shoyuta said. We are aware that Mind knew where you lived, Ms. Midoriya, and we can't be sure that he didn't share that information with his accomplices. What does that mean for us? The two of us are teachers at UA, he said. We've discussed the situation and worked out two options. The first would involve you moving into a police safe house for the time being. The second would involve moving you both onto UA's campus. Moving into a school? Inko asked doubtfully. The principal has already given the go-ahead to construct living quarters on the campus, Shoyuta explained. In addition to the two of you, some of the faculty will be invited to live there as well. We feel that it's the safest option for Izuku given that there would be a constant hero presence nearby. I understand it would be an inconvenience, but if it's for his safety, I'll do it, she announced, grip on her son tightening. Do it. It's a hero school, Izuku marveled. For heroes, Mom. Does that interest you? Hisashi asked. He paused and looked torn. He always wanted to be a hero, his mother finished for him. But, after everything that's happened. Mama. It's not a safe career, Shoyuta agreed. But for him, there aren't a lot of safe options left. At UA he could take classes, both academic and to train his quirk. Why does he need to train it? She challenged. Fearing one's own quirk is a very quick way to lose control over it, he said. And with Izuku's unique and, frankly, very powerful quirk, there will always be people that want that power for themselves. Learning to master it and use it for himself may lessen his risk of manipulation in the future. Inko was quiet as she stared at Izuku's desperately hopeful face, clearly conflicted. And you aren't just saying all this because you want to use him? Inko challenged softly. I think it would be a cause for celebration if Izuku could walk away from all of this and become a normal civilian. Really I do, he said. But before anything else, I'm a realist. After what he's gone through I think there's no way he's going to go quietly into normal life, especially if he truly wants to be a hero. And learning to use his quirk and, more importantly, learning to not fear it is the first step forward. Inko was silent again. Please, Mama, Izuku begged quietly. It's a big decision, Hisashi cut in placatingly. And not one you need to make now if that's what dash. Okay, Inko decided. You have my permission to begin training my son. But I'm going to be there every step of the way. You can't take him from me. Shoyuta gave her the tissue box and said, I have no intention of taking your son away from you, Ms. Midoriya, but I do have a vested interest in making sure his power allows him to safely stay by your side. We're going to live at UA, Izuku breathed, eyes bright. And I get to train like a hero. We've been doing some brainstorming about the best way to hone your quirk, but we need some more information before we can develop a solid plan, Hisashi said. He was once again dressed casually, but it didn't seem as weird to Izuku as it had before. What kind of information? He asked, still fidgeting with his new and official UA jumpsuit. He glanced around at the newcomers and then to his mother where she sat by the new suite of UA apartments. She waved at him and then went back to her sewing. Well, he drawled. For example, is there a minimum distance? Can you use your quirk to obscure yourself from some people and not others? Can you regulate what they perceive, or is it an all-or-nothing type of deal? Izuku blinked up at him. I don't know, he said and frowned. We gathered as much, Hisashi said kindly. You're very quick to analyze the quirks of others, but you falter at your own. A person's quirk is an extension of themselves. The woman that has been introduced as Pro-Hero Midnight spoke up. But you don't seem to think of your quirk as your own. It's my quirk, Izuku said. I know it's mine. Nemuri hummed. Let's try it this way. How do you feel about your quirk? It's scary, he said slowly. She nodded as if she'd suspected as much. You fear it, she said. You don't like to think about it, but it's still a part of you, isn't it? I guess, he said dubiously. I think of it like a blanket. Like a blanket? Hisashi asked. You know, like hiding under a blanket, he explained. When I went up to Fat Gum, I pictured myself taking it off and holding it instead. It worked so. Was that the first time you experimented with your quirk? Nemuri asked. He mumbled, fidgeting. No, not really. I'd actually tried it for the first time earlier that day. What were you doing? There was a kid, he explained, looking down in a sudden fit of shyness. He was younger than me and he was lost, so I took him to the police. A beat of silence and then, You're right, Hisashi. This is the cutest kid to ever exist, Nemuri told her coworker, entirely serious. He crowed his agreement while Izuku blushed heavily. But let's not get too distracted. Today we just want to get a handle on your abilities. First we'll test proximity, Hisashi said. Do you remember how I said that another teacher would be joining us? Izuku nodded. His name is Snipe. Right now he's stationed somewhere far away, but within eyesight. We'd like you to activate your quirk for a minute to see if it affects him as well. Will I get to meet him? Izuku asked, looking a bit torn. He worried over activating his quirk. What if he could never turn it off again? What if, and he longed to meet yet another pro-hero. After we're done, absolutely, Nemuri agreed. And if you get uncomfortable we can put everything on pause, okay? Okay, he agreed uncertainly. When do you want me to start? Whenever you're ready, she encouraged. Izuku nodded and looked over to where his mom sat once again. She wasn't looking up, but he knew that if he were to call out she would be by his side in an instant. To himself he whispered, Just a minute. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his mental blanket from the closet he'd stashed it in and shook it out. His eyes slid shut as he visualized throwing it over himself. It draped over him, not constricting, and, surprisingly, his world didn't end. He let out the breath he'd been holding and opened his eyes. Nemuri and Hisashi looked wrong. There was something in their face that screamed confusion, but their postures were just as confident as before. He looked at them and then stepped closer for a better look. Confident was the wrong word, he decided. They looked guarded, ready for anything. Present Mike, Nemuri said, voice quiet and unsettled. What's going on? Hisashi frowned, face pinching in concentration. Eventually he said, I thought we were here to. Isn't today move-in day? They couldn't remember why they were here, Izuku realized. Worse, Nemuri didn't seem to even recall Izuku existed. He wondered if it had been a minute yet and then decided he didn't care. Moving forward, he mentally threw off his blanket as he gripped Hizashi's hand and stared up at the man anxiously. "Oh," he breathed and then smiled reassuringly down at Izuku. "Little listener, that's a very powerful quirk." Izuku tried to respond, but the words seemed stuck in his throat. Luckily, Hizashi seemed to understand. He knelt and gently pulled Izuku into a hug and told him, "You did good. You did really good. Are you okay?" Nodding was easier than trying to explain his anxiety over being unseen and forgotten, so he went with that. He relaxed into the hug as Nemuri messaged Snipe. "It looks like distance affects your quirk at least a little bit," she said after a moment. Hizashi slowly released Izuku, but remained kneeling beside him. Snipe reports that he remembered the gist of the experiment, but he was disoriented when he tried to remember the details. He said he didn't even remember it beginning. "So it's safe to say it isn't true invisibility, at least," Hizashi said, cheerful as ever. "It deals with the brain's perception directly." "People know I'm there," Izuku said. "Like when I'm walking in a crowd, people know to avoid me. They don't just run into me." "So they can see you," Nemuri murmured thoughtfully. "But they just don't register it." "Can I go talk to my mom?" Izuku requested, beginning to squirm. "Absolutely," Hizashi said, standing and patting Izuku on the back. "Take your time." Izuku scampered off to let Inko cuddle him for a minute or 2 or 15. "The next experiment is focused on targeting," Nemuri explained. "We want to see if you can target people to effect with your quirk." "Once again," Hizashi said. "You can take a break or say no whenever you like." "No, I want to try it," Izuku said. "What do you want me to do?" "Try and focus on one of us," he said. "Activate your quirk while focusing on that one person and then try to talk to the other." "Okay," he agreed. "You can start whenever," Nemuri encouraged. It was quicker this time because, really, all he wanted was for this to be over. Confusion clouded both of the heroes' faces and Izuku frowned in disappointment. He looked at Nemuri because she seemed to be more affected than Hizashi and asked, "Present, Mike?" No response. He grimaced. So far his quirk seemed all or nothing and absolutely useless. "Izuku!" He startled and whirled around, looking towards where Inko said. She was frowning and looking from him to the heroes beside him. "Can you see me?" he blurted out. "Of course, honey," she said. "Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine," he grinned, but his cheer faded quickly as he remembered something. He could push the limits of his quirk. They would want him to try it. He felt ill as he remembered the last time he'd pushed his quirk like this, the poor receptionist that forgot an opening door within seconds of registering it. He remembered the feeling of wishing he was even more invisible and how that felt in relation to his quirk. He felt it and he pushed. Suddenly, Inko's eyes unfocused and she frowned in confusion. Izuku's heart plummeted. He left Nemuri and Hizashi there as they were struggling to piece together what they were doing outside and sprinted to his mother's side. "Mama," he yelled, panic making him shake. "Mama, can you see me?" No answer. His heart was pounding and there was an odd darkness in the corners of his eyes and he was scared. "Breathe." He took a gasping breath and then another one. If he passed out here with his quirk active? Shaking hard enough that walking was difficult, Izuku plopped down beside Inko and tried to grip his mental blanket. It slipped from his grasp once, twice. What if this was it? What if he'd never be found again? The third time was the charm. "Oh!" Inko huffed. Izuku pried his eyes open and looked over frantically to find her staring at him in concern. "Honey, are you okay?" He wanted to say yes, wanted to reassure her, but he couldn't. His voice was gone again, so he just shook his head and then, quite abruptly, burst into tears. "Hello, Izuku," 13 greeted as the boy himself trudged through the doorway into the shared living area. He summoned up a smile and moved to sit beside the hero, letting them rest a gauntlet on his head fondly. "Tired?" "Only a little," he admitted. "It was a really long test. It had to be extensive to be effective," they reminded him. UA's placement exam was rigorous. But the exam Izuku had just taken was a lot more labor-intensive as it covered everything a child should be taught in school. It would give the teachers a better idea of where Izuku's level of knowledge was. I know, he sighed and finally ducked out from under 13's hand. He gladly took it in his own hand to hold, though. Where's Mama? In another meeting, I'm afraid, they said. But there's someone that's volunteered to watch over you for lunch. A visitor for you. A visitor? Izuku asked, eyes widening in surprise. Izuku was to be kept under hero supervision for his own safety, so it had to be a hero, he figured. The most common babysitters were Present Mike and 13, but he knew Present Mike had classes all day and 13 had their own class coming up. Normally he would just go to the teacher's lounge and quietly read, but if someone volunteered to watch him, he's been waiting to see you for a while, 13 said and tilted their head. In fact, he should be here by now. Why don't you run along and see if he's outside yet? Thank you, Izuku called, practically falling off the couch in his rush to scramble to the front door. The building was composed of 4 separate apartments with Inko and Izuku in one and 13 in another. The 2 other apartments sat empty for the time being, but the principal was confident that they would be filled quite soon. Izuku shoved the front door open and spilled out, eyes darting back and forth in search of his mystery visitor. He needn't have bothered with the search. His visitor was easy enough to spot. Fat Gum, he cried and dashed towards the hero, not immediately noticing the other man with him. Hello, Izuku, he greeted, waving as the boy drew closer. Oof, Izuku huffed as he was plucked up for a hug and spun around. He was laughing as he asked, You came here to visit me? Of course I did, he said as he carefully set Izuku back down on the ground. He chuckled as the boy wobbled a bit from the dizziness. He wagged a finger in mock lecture at him. A diligent hero remembers to check up on everyone he encounters on the job. Did you think I'd just hand you off to the police and forget about you? Of course not. Izuku was positively giggling at Fatgum's buoyant personality. He hurried to say, I've been working hard. So I've heard, he crowed. I think your studiousness deserves a reward, don't you? I took a placement test this morning, Izuku explained, bouncing in place a bit as his fingers pressed together in front of him. I don't know how I did. There was a lot. You can learn it all. I believe in you. Fatgum cried. And you're even training your quirk. Oh, he stuttered, turning shy. I'm not really training it yet. I'm still trying to figure out how it works. It's important to understand. Fatgum agreed, calming a bit. But all of that is for tomorrow. You have the rest of the day off, right? Yeah. Is this really okay? The other man finally spoke up. He looked bemused. Don't go teaching him bad habits. He's worked hard, Fatgum said stubbornly. Don't be a spoil sport, Doom. Izuku leaned over to see around Fatgum, face alight in curiosity. He brightened in recognition almost at once. You're Doomseer. Only at work, he said. The rest of the time my name is Ryo. I'm surprised you've heard of me. I saw you a lot, Izuku explained, hands beginning to twist together in front of him. Out of habit, he just began to info dump. You've been with Fatgum's agency for 8 months now and you patrol with him the most out of any of his current sidekicks. You patrol with him Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then Wednesday and Friday in 2-week cycles. I don't know a lot about your quirk, but it's a form of premonition, isn't it? Oh wow, Doom said, surprised. Fatgum laughed loudly and picked Izuku up in a secure carry. He turned to face Doomseer more fully so Fatgum could cheerfully ask, He's a smart one, isn't he? He's something, he stalled. Izuku's face fell at the wary look on the man's face. You, really have been following us for a while, haven't you? Oh, Izuku breathed. He lost his voice for a second, instead opting to chew on his lip until Fatgum bounced him a bit, looking at Izuku worriedly. I'm sorry. It's probably super creepy and invasive. No, Doom denied. Oh, Izuku, no. It's not you, kiddo. I'm just kind of paranoid about being predictable. Izuku fought off the urge to turn and bury his head in Fatgum's chest to escape this conversation. He felt like he'd ruined everything already. In record time, he thought glumly. Seriously, Izuku, he said, cracking a smile. Small-time heroes like me try not to form patterns that might get us in trouble. It's fine for you to know, but it could be bad if any villain was clever enough to pay that kind of attention. I've been lax, but this just proves I can do better. Izuku's hands found themselves balled up in his overly large All Might hoodie as he stared anxiously down at the man's determined expression. It may not be a villain that figured out the pattern, but Izuku had been working for a villain when he did. Did Doomseer know that? Izuku wondered. Slowly he began looking between the two heroes anxiously, unable to put to voice any of his worries. Fat Gum read him easily enough. That villain needed you to do the thinking for him, Fat Gum said, gaze hardening as he thought about it. A little fry like him is harmless on his own. He's really not, Izuku whispered, voice threatening to abandon him again. He hunched in on himself and averted his eyes. Harmless wasn't a word to describe that villain, and Izuku had the proof on his skin and in his nightmares. I'm sorry. What? Izuku lifted his head, confused. He met Fat Gum's calm stare and almost shied away again. What are you sorry for? I didn't mean to, but I made light of what you went through. You of all people know what he's like and what he's capable of, he explained. I spoke without thinking when I called him harmless. What he did to you was deplorable. It was the farthest thing from harmless. So I'm sorry. I hurt you. And no, Izuku rushed to assure him. It's okay. Pust, Doom Stage whispered, hands cupped around his smiling mouth. It's more polite to just accept the apology. Oh, I accept your apology, Fat Gum. Thank you, Izuku, he grinned. He swung around and began to walk, letting Doom catch up in his own time. Now, I think it's time for hardworking boys to take a break, isn't it? A break, Izuku said. Yeah. Thank goodness my sidekick and I just so happened to be passing by and met such a hardworking boy. We have a picnic all set up and we had no one to invite. Fat Gum exclaimed. Izuku laughed a little as Fat Gum carefully maneuvered him to his shoulders. I've never. It's not hard, the pro hero assured him. You just have to sit around and eat and be polite enough to not laugh when I beat Doom at trivia? At trivia? You're going to play trivia? Izuku looked down at Doom. Yeah, we brought this box of cards, Doom explained, reaching out to stop his boss. He shrugged off his backpack and took out the box in question. Carefully, he handed it up to Izuku. You can play or you can be referee. Referee? We get competitive sometimes, Doom laughed. We played chess once and I'm not sure the poor maintenance workers have found all the pieces yet. Maintenance workers? We were sitting by a fountain, Fat Gum said by way of an explanation. What? I was 2 moves from winning, Doom added, sounding appropriately outraged. He stuck his tongue out at Fat Gum when he smirked down at him. And then this guy picks up the board and just frisbee tosses it into the fountain. It was an accident, Fat Gum said, face carefully composed. Accident my 8-triple, Doom scrambled, trying to save himself as his face contorted in mild panic before settling into acceptance. Sorry. Izuku giggled as Fat Gum scolded his sidekick. Inko, freshly released from yet another meeting, followed the sound of infectious laughter to find her son. 13 had been waiting for her at the end of the meeting to explain where Izuku was and that Fat Gum had come visiting. It was unexpected, but certainly not unwelcome. She remembered the hero very little, but he seemed nice, at least. And Izuku spoke highly of the man he'd reached out to. Inko would trust him alone on the ground that he'd been the one to rescue her son. And really, she thought as she took in the scene before her with a tender smile, there was nothing to worry about with Izuku in the care of UA's heroes. Izuku was sitting on a large basket like a king surveying his court with a selection of cards both in his hand and ringed around him. Fat Gum was busy doing what seemed to be a victory dance while a hero Inko was unfamiliar with lay on the ground in a terribly dramatic corpse pose. All of that was nice enough, but she only had eyes for Izuku and how he was laughing hard enough to cry. The rush of love in her heart was strong enough to tear her apart in that moment, and she had to wait for it to pass before she moved. She couldn't keep crying on him all the time, but sometimes the relief was strong enough to choke her. Her son was fine. More than fine, he was thriving. Well then, what's all this? She called, propping her hands on her hips in mock sternness. Izuku's head whipped around to smile at her, laughter finally fading, though his chest still heaved as he caught his breath. He wiped his eyes as he was surveyed up and down, Inko noting his mussed clothes and the grass stains on his jeans. What have I told you about rolling in the dirt, Izuku? Avoid the mud, he joked, and then he was off again, laughing himself silly. Inko tooted in disapproval. I'm sorry, the man on the ground said mournfully without bothering to stand. It's all my fault, ma'am. I'm a terrible influence. It's because he lost, Fat Gum confided with a wink. And hello, Ms. Midoriya. Just Inko is fine, she said. I feel like I'll be seeing a lot more of you in the future, so we might as well get comfortable. Thank you for watching my Izuku. It's my pleasure. You've got yourself a really great kid there, he said with a grin. I do, she agreed with a fond sigh. She turned to regard him. But I think he really needs a bath before dinner. Mama. Izuku whined and then sat up straight as a thought occurred to him. Can Fat Gum and Doom stay for dinner? Well, Inko stalled, trading looks with the pro hero. She sighed again. Only if they want to. Will you? Izuku asked, turning wide and pleading eyes on the heroes. Please. We'd have to be the world's worst villains to say no. I hope you know that, Doom muttered to Fat Gum even though he was still staring up at the sky and had no right to be affected by Izuku's gaze. Of course we'll stay. On the day that Izuku Midoriya meets All Might, the last thing he expects to happen is that he would meet the #1 hero, his personal hero and idol. Now 11, he's all sharp angles. With a steady diet he's been growing taller, but his training tends to rob him of any baby fat he might regain under the careful and worried eye of his mother, and Fat Gum and Present Mike and Eraserhead, and he's advanced in leaps and bounds in his academic studies under the careful tutelage of UA's best, and for the most part he's caught up, if not outpaced, others of his age. He's also begun flourishing under Aizawa's training, both in body and quirk. Less concerned with strength training, Aizawa hand-picked a number of physical disciplines to ready Izuku for more intensive work in hero training. Izuku likes his gymnastic classes the best, but hand-to-hand is always interesting. He's still trying to convince his mentor to let him begin some basic hero studies, but has been thus far unsuccessful. You're always telling me I need to think before I act, Izuku complained yet again as he stretched, eyeing his teacher where he, too, was stretching. Use your head is like your unofficial motto. It's like that with most underground heroes, he said, not rising to the bait. He calmly strolled into the center of the mat, looking oddly informal in a plain white shirt and black sweatpants. Are you ready? Izuku sighed and flipped up his hood just to watch Aizawa's eye twitch in aggravation. Even years into their acquaintance, he couldn't tell why exactly the man seemed to dislike All Might so much. If you let me get my hands on that hoodie, then I'm going to ruin it, he said blandly. Consider it motivation. Izuku paused warily and then stripped out of his All Might hoodie, complete with iconic cowlicks on the hood, and folded it up to set aside. I bet that's another empty threat. One day I'm just going to assume everything you say is a lie. And yet it's achieved the desired effect, he pointed out. Izuku made a face, but stepped onto the mat all the same. It's not a bad strategy to assume people are lying to you, though. Mom says I have to always look at the bright side, he challenged, a smile on his face now. Are you calling Mom a liar? No, but I'll freely call you a fool if you'd like, Aizawa offered, dropping into a more ready stance. If you can't distinguish between hero work and everyday life, it would be dangerous to try and teach you any of the lessons my hero students get. Izuku grumbled about old people and them not being able to take a joke for a moment before lunging at his teacher. He just hit the mat for the 5th time when a booming laugh revealed that the two of them weren't as alone as they previously thought. Izuku gasped and rolled over into a defensive crouch, already reaching for his quirk. Only Aizawa's steadying hand on the nape of his neck kept him from disorienting the interloper into the next century. As soon as his eyes landed on the newcomer, he suddenly found it hard to breathe and he regretted not throwing his quirk at the man anyway. All Might stood by the door, hands on his hips as he laughed. It was a familiar laugh, one that Izuku had heard in hundreds of interviews and eyewitness clips. Oh God, it was one he even practiced. All Might. What are you doing here? Aizawa demanded angrily. His hand still hadn't left Izuku's neck. I heard that you'd taken on a protege, he boomed. I didn't believe it at first, but here's the proof. I didn't know you had it in you, Aizawa. I'm a teacher, he said tersely. Slowly he retracted his grip and then helped Izuku up. Izuku took the offered hand to steady himself, but couldn't bring himself to release it when he was upright. He was too busy gaping at his idol. Enough. You're acting like a fool. Always so prickly, he lamented, walking closer. I only meant that I didn't know that you took on individual students. He must really be something to get your attention. From the general education department, right? He isn't a UA student, Aizawa corrected. If you want any more information, you'll have to see the principal. I'm just coming from his office, actually. All Might grinned, flashing a thumbs up. I can escort you to the exit if you'd like, he offered. Now that you've gone and disrupted my class. Oh, I'm sorry, All Might said bashfully, rubbing at the back of his head, smile never leaving his face though it did tighten for a moment. Something about it stuck in Izuku's mind even as he slowly eased his way down from irrational terror. It was something to be pondered over later, that was for sure. Aizawa sighed harshly. All Might, this is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, this is a distraction. Izuku had to cough and swallow a few times to get the words out. Is this another logical ruse? All Might barked another laugh at that while Aizawa shook his head, face pinched unhappily. He said, I would ask you to try and continue on regardless, but I know firsthand how distracting he can be. Ahead and grab your things. There's no need to rush about on my account, he said. He's your personal student? UA has taken an interest in his development, Aizawa said. Anything else you can ask the principal. He must be very special to have attracted that kind of attention. Izuku internally preened at the unintended praise. Were the two of you working on hand-to-hand? The lesson looked a bit one-sided. Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment, peering at his teacher's annoyed face from under his green fringe. He's young, but I refuse to coddle him, he said steadily. His progress is unmistakable and you've welcome to keep your comments to yourself. You aren't a teacher, All Might. Well, he said, and for the first time Izuku thought he saw something uncomfortable on his idol's face. That's not entirely right. What? If anyone were to ask him, Izuku was hanging around outside the principal's office for Aizawa. Technically, he had to be in the custody of one of UA's heroes at all times, and the talented Eraserhead had stormed here about 30 minutes ago during his turn. All Might being in there as well, that was just an added benefit. To pass the time, he'd taken out his journal, Volume 6, and began to note his impressions of All Might, and then he dissected his performance in class earlier and highlighted a few areas of improvement. By the time he actually busted out the highlighters, All Might was stepping out of the office. He coughed into one fist, not seeming to see Izuku. Anxiously, Izuku said, Hello. It sounded like something caught in All Might's throat, and the coughing abruptly increased in intensity. Apologies, he mumbled, hand over his mouth as he fumbled for a handkerchief. I didn't see you there. People usually don't, Izuku said. It's my quirk. Right? I didn't get a chance to ask about it before, he said. It's an invisibility quirk? That's certainly a handy quirk for an underground hero. It's not standard invisibility, Izuku hurried to correct. It's kind of like a confusion quirk? People can physically see and hear me, but their brains just forget. I can push it a bit and disorient people. Well then. All Might reared back a bit, surprised. That's a very handy quirk. I can see why Aizawa has his eye on you. I want to be a hero, Izuku said, clutching his notebook to his chest like a lifeline. But not an underground hero. What? I want to be one of the best. I want to be big. One of the best? He repeated. That's to say. What? A quirk like that is more suited to being an underground hero than a chart topper, All Might said, looking mightily uncomfortable. He averted his eyes awkwardly. And underground heroes? Well, they just aren't anything special. Izuku's heart crashed to the ground and he wasn't sure if he should scream or cry. So he did neither. He ran. Are you going to tell me what went wrong? 13 asked, reaching out to pull the blanket a bit tighter around Izuku and then resuming their absent back rubbing. You come crashing in here crying like that and you're going to give your mom a heart attack. Izuku sniffled miserably from under his blanket. He was glad that he'd made it out of earshot before the hysterical sobs caught up to him, once again proving his propensity for tears. I met All Might, Izuku finally said, voice wobbly. Oh. The hand on Izuku's back stopped for a moment before resuming, a bit more mechanical than before. What happened? Izuku was glad to hear the unspoken. What did he do? He wasn't sure what he would do if he were blamed because it wasn't his fault. Izuku wiggled his head out of his blanket prison to give a mournful look to his caretaker. He told me I'd be a good underground hero and then said that underground heroes weren't anything special. He said that. He's not very good with his words, 13 said. I'm not defending him. That sounds like he was being a big fat Mina for no reason. But please keep it in mind. It's not good, but sometimes meeting your idol can be traumatizing. They aren't like they've been made out to seem. It's dumb, Izuku moped. Not dumb, they disagreed. What's that thing that Aizawa is always saying? Put it into words if you can. That's just a dumb therapy thing, he mumbled. Does it help? Izuku didn't answer at first and the silence grew slightly accusing. He sighed. I want to be seen and acknowledged, he explained carefully. Underground heroes are so cool, but I want people to see me, you know? I know, they assured him. It's not a bad goal really. You have an infectious personality, you know? Everyone can see that you're going to do big things. Despite his sniffling, Izuku smiled at that. Thank you, 13. Thank you, Izuku. I didn't do anything. You smiled. And sometimes just smiling is enough. All Might was hardly paying attention as the faculty office door was thrown open and heavy steps paced his way, too involved in carefully filling out even more thrilling licensing forms. Hunched over a desk about 3 times too small for his hero form's frame, it took most of his concentration to move slowly and deliberately and not break the silly thing. What? Aizawa hissed out, voice like an Arctic blast. Did you do? All Might hummed, lifting his head to peer at his coworker, an expression of blank innocence on his face though his stomach was sinking with guilt. What do you mean? Aizawa sneered at him before turning to snatch a nearby chair, dragging it harshly against the linoleum to make All Might cringe a bit. He positioned it beside the desk and dropped into it, crossing his arms and glaring as he growled out, "The kid you met earlier. What did you do to him?" "I'm not sure I know what you mean," he fibbed after a moment of eye contact. His guilt shone like a beacon on his face for those trained in catching the tells of a liar. "You can tell me or you can tell his mother," Aizawa offered as an ultimatum. "And believe me, I can personally assure you that you're no match for her when she thinks her son is threatened." "I didn't threaten him," All Might hurried to assure him. He knew it was a mistake when he saw the teacher's expression sharpen. He quickly latched onto Aizawa's unintentional conversational life preserver and changed the topic as quickly as he could. "You know the boy's mother then? Is he the son of a hero?" At that he barked a dry laugh. "Inko Midoriya is the last person that wants to be a hero," he informed the number 1, Arai. Smile curling his mouth into something a bit less intimidating. "She cries at the drop of a hat and hesitates over every little thing. In dealings with her son, though, you have no hope against her. She is an ardent and fierce protector." A mama bear, then, All Might decided, feeling like he adequately had a handle on the woman now. "Of sorts," Aizawa confirmed. He stared at All Might intently. "What did you think of the kid?" He's interesting," he tried. "What did you do to him?" All Might sighed and sagged forward, asking, "What has you so sure that I did something?" Besides 13 reporting that Izuku found his way home in tears? Aizawa asked rhetorically, raising a brow in disbelief. Coming from that child, tears aren't as incriminating as they would otherwise be, but it still means that something happened, and since there have been no reports of particularly cute cats on campus recently, it has to have something to do with you. Wait, All Might paused for a moment. Cats. He cries as easily as his mother, he sighed. Now answer me. What was his name again? He asked. Aizawa stared at him judgingly for a moment before guardedly explaining, that boy's very existence is on a need-to-know basis. Even his name is so secretive? He asked, a bit desperately. Really? The principal has decided that you're suitable to be a teacher here, he said slowly through grit teeth. Remember to keep his secrets as well as you would keep your own. Hell, keep them over your own secrets. All Might's smile dropped a bit as he nodded solemnly. Even his name is such a secret? He asked quietly. It can compromise him? Only if you've finally learned how to work Google. Ah. All Might chuckled bashfully. His name is Izuku Midoriya, he allowed. Go ahead and Google it to your heart's content while I'm fixing whatever problem you've caused, yet again. We can talk when you've caught yourself up. All Might hurried to write down the name on a notepad for extra assurance before sheepishly explaining, we only briefly bumped into one another after I exited the principal's office. He told me a bit about his quirk and I complimented its suitability as an underground hero. That isn't the path that Izuku has chosen for himself, Aizawa said levelly, reaching to fiddle with a paperweight in the shape of a cinder block, a piece of official merchandise of Pro Hero Cementos. What else? I'm not the most eloquent, he confessed needlessly. Aizawa snorted and All Might stared at him pitifully. You can skip the obvious bits. He ducked his head, shamed. I told him that his quirk was best suited to work as an underground hero on, I told him that underground heroes weren't special. I meant that they weren't flashy, of course, but I'm afraid that wasn't clear. There was a moment of judgmental silence before. You effed up, Aizawa said bluntly. This right here is exactly why I was against your appointment to the faculty. I'm going to spend the next few years picking up after your mistakes. I know that I have little experience, but kids are impressionable, he interrupted. He didn't raise his voice, but there was a definite underlying anger to his words. He leaned forward, not once breaking intense eye contact with the number one hero. You say the wrong thing to them and they're going to hurt over it. They internalize it. No amount of apologizing will unsay those words. I know, he said quietly. Without a script to follow, you're useless, he said, leaning back and dropping the paperweight back on the desk carelessly. All Might stared at it despondently as his fellow hero left the room without another word. Coughing, he slipped back into his withered form in a cloud of smoke. Useless indeed. Aizawa wished he could say the sight of Izuku practicing his hand-to-hand in his backyard was surprising, but it wasn't, though it was a good sign. He meandered down the path and propped himself against the waist-high fence that divided the yard from the rest of UA's grounds. He watched for a moment and let the sight soothe the worst of his worries before calling out, You're going to drive your mother crazy, you know. Izuku startled as he threw a punch at an imaginary opponent and ended up sprawling on the ground, only just managing to roll himself so that he didn't hand on his wrist awkwardly. Sensei. It's late, kid. I know, he called back, sitting up. The ground was cool and welcome against his overheated skin. He'd been at it since just after dinner and it showed. He avoided Aizawa's eyes as he inspected his hands mulishly. He picked at a cut on his finger idly and noticed scar tissue just below it, so he moved on to that next. He sighed. I know. All Might has no idea what he's talking about, Aizawa said, reaching over the gate to unlock it and let himself in. I understand he's held on a pedestal by you and millions others, but he isn't infallible. He's just a man, the same as you and I. The only difference is that he's allowed himself to become voluntarily blind to potential. He forgets that quirks aren't everything. It must be nice, Izuku commented, a bit meanly. He wished his quirk didn't dictate every aspect of his life down to the very job choices he had for the rest of his life. Aizawa observed him for another moment before dropping into a crouch and taking hold of his wrists to separate his hands. You're going to hurt yourself, he explained, squeezing lightly before he let go. We're talking here, kid. I didn't mean to, Izuku said and instead switched to drawing lines in the packed dirt below him. There are people in this world that, well, they luck out in the genetic lottery and are gifted with a useful quirk, or they're born to wealthy families, or any number of other variables that set them ahead in life by virtue of being born, the teacher said after a moment. A lot of the time, these people don't learn to fight for what they have. They don't need to. They do, Aizawa corrected. Because of people like us. Those people never learn to defend themselves or their position from people that have learned to fight for every inch of progress. They've never been confronted with the sheer drive it takes to overcome. Villains? Villains are easy. It's the driven heroes that need to be watched. No one can take down All Might. Izuku sighed and flopped back onto the ground dramatically, not unlike a certain psychic he liked to hang out with. I don't like quirks, sensei. Everyone acts like they define us. The person with a weak quirk is written off for anything like hero work and dismissed because they look at their quirk and thinks that it shows their true limit, but it doesn't. And there are people without quirks, even. Can you imagine how terrible they're treated? And then there are people with unsuitable quirks and we're called weak or delusional or villainous, and it makes me so mad. It's unfair that people limit others like that, he acknowledged. We both know how it really is though. Izuku huffed, but didn't respond. Everyone is powerful in their own right, he elaborated. My quirk is only as strong as I am. I can erase a person's quirk, but I still need a strong body and appropriate gear that supplements my own abilities. My quirk is an equalizer, but I still need to have the strength and the drive to beat opponents on equal ground. In a fist fight, I'm as good as quirkless. Ego and over-reliance on quirks kills more heroes than villains do, Izuku quoted, remembering a similar talk he'd gotten from Aizawa before. He smiled a bit, though it was bleak. I'm not just strengthening my quirk. No student of mine is going to be set into the world without the training they need, he vowed, standing up and cracking his back. Your quirk is powerful, but it's only as powerful as you make it. There are going to be people that tell you that your quirk is useless for hero work. What will you say then? Izuku's smile turned into an outright grin. Just watch me. Izuku Midoriya, All Might muttered, rubbing his mouth thoughtfully as he stared down at his sparse notes. Reported missing at the age of 4. No leads in the case. No one even questioned in relation to his disappearance. Seems odd, right? 13 chirped, wandering over from where they were attempting to set up the coffee machine after the first rush of the day ended. The two of them were alone in the faculty office now that the other teachers had departed for their homeroom classes or to set up lessons for later on. All Might perked up at 13's tone. They sounded urgent maybe? A hint certainly. There's something here I'm not seeing, he concluded, twirling his pencil absently. Safely ensconced in the office, he was in his withered room to conserve his energy. But all I can think is that Yue was the one to kidnap him. We would never, 13 said and began to wander off again. Well, not like that. I guess you could probably argue that we did kind of kidnap him and take over his life afterwards. When did he come to live at UA? All Might asked. Can you tell me that much? This game is cruel, they lamented. It was 2 years ago now, I think? Maybe closer to 3. This game was an Aizawa-issued test on All Might's skills wrapped up as a lesson. All Might was allowed to ask specific questions, but he'd convinced the rest of the faculty to not spill the entire story. He had to do some good old-fashioned underground hero detective work. So, he mused, there's a span of 5 years that are unaccounted for. It's actually a simple story, they told him. It's a sad story, but simple. You'll see. With that, they flipped the coffee machine on and exited the room whistling. All Might watched them go with a heavy heart. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what lie at the end of the story, but it was his duty to see this through. He added the new detail to his notes. That wasn't a lot. His next breakthrough came in the form of a chance meeting on his way to the faculty lounge. All Might, his fellow cheered. Imagine this, running into you at UA. Turning, he grinned just a bit more genuinely. Good morning, he greeted with a cheery wave. You probably don't remember a small fry like me, Fat Gum said bashfully. Nonsense. We've been to at least a dozen conferences together, Fat Gum, he refuted kindly. He did his best to keep up with all the pro-heroes he'd worked with to avoid the overconfident pitfall of assuming that they were all just fans. But I'm glad then, he laughed. And flattered. Are you here doing another talk? The kids would love it. I wasn't aware that you're active with the school, All Might said. Well, it's kind of a secret for now. A secret? That's mysterious, Fat Gum grinned. But Yue's been getting into the business of secrets lately, so I can't say I'm surprised. There was one thing he could be referring to. He hesitated. You're referring to young Midoriya, aren't you? You know Izuku? Fat Gum brightened. The principal, he gave permission for me to be let in on that particular secret, but I'm afraid there were those that didn't agree with the decision. All Might chuckled awkwardly. Aizawa? Well, he convinced the other teachers to not explain. He wants me to figure it out for myself. That's harsh, he said. But you must have really annoyed him for him to do all that. How's the investigation going so far? I have a rough timeline, he said, hurrying to pull his notepad out. A very rough timeline. It's rather bare bones. I know that he was kidnapped at 4 and recovered at age 9. Yue must have been involved in that in some capacity, but other than that. No leads, Fat Gum said, looking troubled. Feels pretty hopeless, huh? That was the limbo Izuku was stuck in for 5 years. Oh. All Might felt like the world's largest fool. The last one to realize the true meaning of the test he'd been issued. I just mean, he hurried to explain. That's what everyone dealt with for 5 years, so it's to be expected that people are going to be protective of him. Eraserhead maybe more than most. You think so? He asked. He doesn't strike me as the emotionally involved type. Maybe I'm mistaken, we don't really talk about it. There was a moment before he was officially found where Eraserhead came close to finding him unintentionally, he explained. Have you heard anything about his quirk? A bit, All Might said. Invisibility, correct? It's more than that, Fat Gum said. It has something to do with how he's perceived or something. Right now his working name for it is just stealth. It's powerful. It let him go unfound for years, and at one point he found himself in front of Eraserhead. If he'd activated his quirk, then he would have seen Izuku. It isn't his fault, All Might argued. He couldn't have known. I know that. You know that. Even he knows that, Fat Gum agreed. But it's harder to convince that little voice in the back of your head. The story ended well anyway. Izuku found me the very next day. That was an odd way to phrase it. He found you? Nodding unhappily, the other hero explained. His quirk was active for 5 years, All Might. Oh, All Might uttered. Little pieces began clicking together to build a terribly bleak picture. I see. Do you? He was 4 when he disappeared, All Might began slowly. That's when his quirk manifested and activated, and he couldn't be seen anymore. He lived like a shadow for so long. That isn't quite it, Fat Gum sighed. There's more to the story, but if you manage to get on Eraserhead's bad side, then I think my help ends here. Izuku wasn't alone, okay? All Might nodded and bid his fellow hero goodbye. In hindsight, the answer to his little mystery was staring him in the face. Or rather, it could stare him in the face. I'm sorry for calling you here so abruptly, All Might apologized as he poured 2 cups of tea. Across the table sat the boy himself, clutching his bag tightly to his chest. We didn't have the best introduction, I feel, and I wanted to make amends. You told me I would never be special, Izuku muttered a bit bitterly and then blinked rapidly before looking away. All Might made a concerned noise. It's fine. It isn't, he disagreed gently. He slid Izuku's cup closer to his side of the table and leaned back to sip his. The evening was wearing on and he was tired. His time was almost up, but he was confident he could finish up here before it ran out entirely. Yes it is, Izuku disagreed, voice wobbling dangerously. All Might's brows furrowed and he leaned forward just as Izuku lifted a hand to scrub at his eyes, giving away his little weakness. He cries as easily as his mother, Aizawa had said. I'm sorry my boy, he said and scrambled to locate tissues. He found them in a cupboard and brought them back to where the 2 of them were sitting quickly. Here you are. Thank you, Izuku said, unfailingly polite, and took the box, though he still had a look of teary defiance on his face. When we spoke last, I was wrong, All Might admitted, sitting back down. He didn't take up his cup again yet, preferring to stare at his hands, troubled. Your quirk is suited to the work of an underground hero, yes, but we are more than our quirks. If you work hard, I'm sure you can succeed on your own merit. I will, Izuku swore mulishly, finally getting a handle on his tears. I'm going to be big. A slow smile spread across his face, an honest expression of his joy for once. I can't wait to see it, my boy. You were wrong about underground heroes too, Izuku said. They're good people. They help people too, and everyone they help thinks that they're very special. That's also true, All Might agreed. I was mistaken and I'm sorry. Izuku sniffled and dabbed at his eyes again, muttering, forgive you. All Might's smile turned into an outright grin as he leaned over to ruffle Izuku's hair fondly. Izuku, used to such treatment, allowed it with a small smile of his own, pleased as could be to be this close to his hero. His hero that was willing to admit he was wrong, which took a strong heart, or so he'd come to learn. You're going to be teaching here now, aren't you? Izuku asked, tilting his head a bit as he thought. It was an odd topic change, but welcome. Not immediately, All Might said. There are a number of things to be done first. Quirk instructors have to go through a number of classes to become certified after all. But you will be teaching here, Izuku pressed, eyes bright. Yes, I will. He declared with a smile. Have so many questions. All Might coughed a laugh, swallowing back bloody sputum. He was getting close to his time, but he did want to speak more with Izuku. I'm afraid they'll have to wait, he said regretfully after a moment. I'm sure that you're due home and I have a dinner scheduled with my top police contact tonight. Oh, okay, Izuku accepted, looking crestfallen. Tomorrow, All Might promised. Tomorrow after your lessons we can have tea like this again, if you'd like. Yeah. Izuku cheered, hopping up with his bag in his hands. It swung hazardously close to Izuku's cup, and just as All Might was about to warn the boy, it toppled the cup altogether. He reached out to right the glass, but the damage was done. I'm sorry, Izuku squeaked out, stumbling back with his bag clutched tight against his chest. His eyes darted over the scene anxiously as All Might hurried to move his papers aside, face going white in mortification and fear. He was caught in the eternal struggle between fight and flight, stuck in the middle and terrified. It's okay, All Might said, finally looking up to see the nervous wreck of a boy the simple mistake had created. He stood, but didn't approach. Are you all right? Did it ruin anything? Izuku asked instead, eyes dropping to the papers that had been moved. There was nothing terribly important there, All Might said placatingly, but it seemed to only agitate the boy further. He dropped his bag and stepped over it, reaching for the papers as if preparing to check for himself. My boy, really? Izuku fanned out the pages, staring at the stained paper in clear distress. It was only paper, All Might wanted to argue, until All Might stepped in and gently lay his hand on the boy's shoulder, pulling him away from the manic task. The reaction was instantaneous. Izuku went absolutely still under his grasp. Midoriya? All Might asked, sensing that something was very wrong. What's the matter? Izuku was mumbling under his breath. My boy. Use your words, Izuku said, clear. It was a reminder to himself, a vocal repetition of the voice in his head that sounded like his teacher. I need to listen. Do you need to sit down? No, I need to use my words, Izuku said. Are you angry? Angry? All Might asked. No, of course not. But I am worried about you. Oh, Izuku finally moved, pressing his fingers together in front of him and trying to breathe deep. That's okay. Are those around you usually angry about things like that? All Might asked, not knowing what he would do if the answer was yes. He would have to do something. Those that took their anger out on children would have no sympathy from him even if he did consider them friends. Not anymore, he said and then tilted his head. He reached for the papers again and this time All Might let him, but... The notepad. Oh sheet. This is my name, Izuku said dumbly. Hesitantly, he looked up at his idol through his green fringe. This is about me? That is, my punishment, you could say. All Might chuckled humorlessly. Your existence is a secret that I've been allowed to know of, but Aizawa? He thinks that I should work for the knowledge. Izuku looked at All Might strangely. He's making you work for it? For my story? Detective work, you might say. Izuku looked torn between laughing and crying again. He's a bit much. I can tell you if you want. All Might looked down at the boy, touched by the olive branch he'd offered. I think that I would like that very much, he said softly. Well, I don't think I have to tell you, but you, my boy, are in a very special position indeed. I know, Izuku said because really he did. He kept his eyes down and squeezed his knees to keep his hands from fidgeting distractedly. I know, and I'm so thankful, but I want to do this on my own. I want to prove that I can do it. Nizu sighed and set his teacup aside, crossing his paws over his legs as he looked at Izuku in concern. He gently explained, we have a number of students that get in on recommendation every year. There's really no shame in it, Izuku. I know, he insisted. Even if you discount my scores, I want to participate in the entrance exam. If you're worried about comparing yourself to your peers, then I wouldn't worry, he tried to reassure. With your training, you'll more than keep up with any of them. That's not what he cut himself off and looked to where Aizawa stood by the door, arms crossed. He stared at him beseechingly until the man sighed and uncrossed his arms. He's worried about fitting in, he said instead of simply siding with Izuku. As he cried out in betrayal, Aizawa continued to explain. He's done well at getting his studies back on track and working towards his goal, but he has no actual socialization with kids his age. I trusted you, Izuku muttered, leaning back in his chair and trying to hide his face in the collar of his shirt. That's your mistake then. I understand your feelings, Izuku, Nizu said, once again picking up his cup. That said, if you choose to take the Hero Courses exam, then you will be judged by the score you earn and forfeit your recommendation. Are you sure you want to do that? I'm sure, Izuku said, determined. Nizu sighed and nodded. Very well then. You'll be permitted to take the entrance exam despite having 4 recommendations in your favor. Thank you, Izuku cried, hopping to his feet with a huge smile. He turned to Aizawa then and asked, Can I go tell Mom? Of course, he said and gave a polite nod to Nizu before stepping out of the office with Izuku following along behind. He scratched at his face, not too surprised to find stubble there. She has a class soon. Are you going to sit in again? Izuku looked nervous at the very thought, but nodded. Aizawa was right in saying that he didn't exactly get along with people his own age, and even these tiny hour-long classes pushed the limits of his tolerance. Back when the Midoriyas had first moved to, Inko did her best to keep up with her old job, but the commute had gotten to her quickly. Eventually, the principal convinced her to take up a post in the cafeteria alongside lunch rush. The job had slowly morphed into a position as a home economics when she'd unintentionally became the mother figure of Yue. Izuku was proud of her and happy to share her with the rest of the world, especially those that didn't have a mom like her. Her class was purely optional and offered at the end of every school day, almost like a club. She held classes every day, but each group only met once a week. Her class was really popular. Aizawa left him just outside the classroom, letting Izuku work up the courage to sneak in on his own while he disappeared to do something. Izuku didn't know what Eraserhead did to relax. The class had just begun when Izuku entered, slipping in quietly with his quirk giving him assistance in his goal of going unnoticed. He made the mistake of looking up and meeting his mother's eyes and then quickly dialed his quirk back. It looks like my little helper has decided to join us again, she said, beckoning him to the front. He skirted the edge of the classroom shyly and hurried to her side as the older kids just smiled indulgently. They knew he was her son, though they didn't know much else about the specifics, which suited them just fine. We're going to be starting a new project today, she said cheerfully. We're all going to be jackets. I have a few base patterns for you to work off of, but the decorations are all up to you. Izuku, could you? Izuku dutifully picked up the stack of papers on her desk and began distributing them to the class. All the materials you'll need are in the bins in the back of the room, she reminded them. If there are no questions, you're all free to start. As the students rushed to select their materials, Izuku scurried back to his mother and all but attached himself to her side. She let him, feeling a touch nostalgic for the days she still towered over him and could wrap herself around him when she hugged him. "Are you all right?" she asked kindly, one hand moving to fuss with Izuku's green curls. "I'm fine," he said quickly. "I just wanted to tell you that the principal agreed to let me take the entrance exam." "Oh, Izuku," she sighed fondly and cupped his cheek as she ducked in to kiss his forehead. "Sometimes it's okay to let people do things for you." "I need to prove myself," he reminded her. I want to be like the other students applying here." "There's no such thing as normal," Inko reminded him quietly, correctly guessing the path his thoughts were meandering down. "All that matters is that you're happy and healthy, Izuku." "You'd be happier if I failed," Izuku said before he could stop himself and then stepped back, ducking his head in shame. Inko, though shocked, forced herself to answer, "Maybe I would be, but it wouldn't be right of me. I just want you to be safe, Izuku-an, and being a hero is a very dangerous thing." "I know," he said, "but I want to make amends. And I want to help people. My quirk, it was used for evil for so long that I want to prove that I can be good. I can do good, Mama." Inko's eyes glazed over with tears and she had to look away and blink them away before she could tell him, "I know, and I'm so proud of you, honey. I'm so proud of you." The class bustled around them as they hugged it out, tears in their eyes. They were used to the Midoriyas crying. "This is our last class before the exam," Aizawa said ominously. "Thus far I've done what I can to give you a rounded physical education to prepare you for a future in hero work, but I can't tell you what will be on the test or if I think you can handle it." "I understand," Izuku confirmed, leaning forward to touch his toes in an effort to stretch the muscles in his back a bit more. "I wouldn't expect you to. I want to do this on my own." "And you understand the consequences if you fail?" he challenged. Izuku nodded. "I'm also applying to the general education course," he reminded his teacher. "I know that the test might be an adequate gauge of my skill or my quirk since it's not as flashy as others, but I have to try." "Idealism has no place in the world of pro heroes," Aizawa cautioned not for the first time. "To make it to the top you have to be willing to sell your soul and pander, stepping on others the entire way up. It's a cutthroat field." "I won't do any of that," Izuku said, finishing his stretching and standing at his full height, face full of determination. "And I'm still going to make it to the top." Aizawa sighed, knowing his pupil was too hard-headed to let even his depressing realism get to him. "Then you should show me," he said and beckoned Izuku forward. "I through you," Izuku crowed for what seemed like the millionth time. He practically danced around Aizawa, who couldn't even find it in himself to be upset about it, a small smile lighting his face at his charge's obvious enthusiasm. "Once," he said to keep the boy humble. "I still did it," he cried, bouncing as he walked, fingers pressed together in front of himself. "I'm getting better." "You've always been getting better," Aizawa said gruffly. "I wouldn't still be training you if you stagnated." "What's this?" Izuku spun around and looked towards the small apartment building that Aizawa had been leading them to. Through the dusk, he could see a tall figure haloed in light from the open front door. He had his head bowed low. "Who's that?" Izuku asked, pausing as Aizawa hurried to put himself between the man and Izuku. "Something's wrong, isn't it?" "Everything will be fine," he said firmly, striding forward. Izuku followed, but allowed him to get some distance in the event that he needed to use his capture gear. As they drew closer, "It's Fat Gum," Izuku realized and hurried to run around Aizawa towards the hero stripped of his fatty protective layer. Aizawa let him go ahead, but stayed only a step behind. He cried out a worried greeting, "Fat Gum! It's really late." "Izuku," he murmured, turning. Izuku craned his neck to look at his face, and from that one look he just knew. Something was wrong. He flung himself at Fat Gum, who was ready to catch him and hold him close. "Izuku." "Something happened," Izuku said, heart hammering in his chest as sympathetic tears began to gather in his eyes. Fat Gum's eyes were already red-rimmed. "What happened?" The simple question tore a body-shuddering sob from him. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." Izuku was still wide awake when his bedroom door cracked open, letting in a gentle glow from the hall's light. He didn't bat an eye as his teacher slipped into the room, moving silently to stand over his bed. After a moment, Aizawa reached out to brush back his curls, seemingly unsurprised to see that Izuku was still awake. "You have class in 3 hours," he reminded him gently. "So do you," Izuku said, looking up at his teacher with a dead-eyed stare. "Fat Gum is staying the night," Aizawa explained unnecessarily, as if Izuku hadn't been listening to him crying all night. His mother was still awake, sitting up with him and giving him any comfort she could offer, though he refused every offer of food she made. "Good," Izuku said tiredly after a moment. He shouldn't be alone." "No, he shouldn't," Aizawa agreed and moved away to sit in Izuku's desk chair. "That's one hero duty that no one talks about." "What is?" he asked, sitting up and abandoning any pretense of sleep. "Burying our dead," Aizawa said, staring into the darkness at nothing and everything. He was lost in his thoughts, in his regrets. In our line of work it can happen at any time, to anyone. For pro-heroes, it's a hazard of the job that we expect. But that doesn't make it any easier to watch so many of our own die so young. Izuku grabbed a pillow to hold close, tears beginning to run down his face again, though he was too tired for the sobbing and heart-wrenching wailing of before. "Us older heroes go looking for trouble," Aizawa continued, leaning forward on his knees, hands folded before him. He looked down now. "Young ones like Doomseer, sidekicks and interns alike, they don't look for it. It just finds them." "He had to have known," Izuku said. Doomseer's quirk let him explore his personal timeline for the most unfortunate outcomes. Izuku remembered how much he hated playing board games with Doom because he would simply pick the timeline that led him to winning. It was only after Izuku realized what he'd been doing that he stopped, teasing him over how trusting he was. Izuku felt tattered, frayed at the edges, and he knew that Fat Gum felt so much worse. Knew that Aizawa was also facing his demons as his mind wandered thousands of miles away, though he sat just across the room. He had to have, Izuku insisted. But he was willing to die if it meant saving someone else. That's also a hero's duty. "Where does it end?" Aizawa asked. "He died defending a life tonight, and there's no higher honor for a hero than that, but what about all of the lives he could have saved if he lived? All of his potential for good is gone. Does one life today really compare to the hundreds, thousands he could have saved if he lived? I don't know about that, but his potential, it isn't wasted," Izuku said. "He's gone, but his potential isn't. It went out into the world. It's going to inspire others to do good like he did. It inspires people to work harder, to save more people. Even in death, a hero's work is never done," Aizawa said quietly, scrubbing at his face tiredly. "Izuku, is this really what you want?" Izuku knew that the hero's path was a dangerous one, knew that something like 41% of all hero graduates were either killed or forced into early retirement within their first year. He may not even get the chance to save someone, to make his death mean something before he fell. But it didn't matter. "I want to be a hero." Silence, only ragged breathing. "Okay," Aizawa said, nodding as grief wrote itself over every line in his face. The funeral was a somber affair. Izuku had been allowed to go off campus for the occasion, but he didn't stray far from Fat Gum or his mother's side. Doom was still a new hero, but he was popular with a number of other heroes. Izuku got to see them all stand up and say a few words for him, but he felt no excitement at their appearance. He didn't even bring his notebook for autographs anyway. The hardest part was when Fat Gum had to leave him and walk to the front to speak. Aizawa explained this part before they came, but it still made Izuku cry. As Doom's pro-hero, it was his job to thank everyone for coming and to give Doom his final send-off. Izuku tried to stay respectfully quiet as the tears ran down his face, but he felt like he couldn't even breathe. Inko reached out for his hand and held it tight, gripped like a vice to keep him grounded. He reminded himself that he was here in the moment and surrounded by people that could, and would, comfort him. He wasn't as alone as he felt. Turning to Inko, he let himself be pulled against her. His chest was still too tight, but the world seemed more manageable from his mother's arms. The heroes mingled with one another outside of the graveyard, each one taking the time to stop Fat Gum and give him their condolences. Izuku watched it for as long as he could bear, feeling sick. He didn't want to feel angry or bitter, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking bad thoughts. What if they'd been there when Doom needed them? It was ridiculous. That was like asking where Fat Gum was, and everyone knew that Fat Gum would have traded places with Doom in an instant. "Are you okay, Izuku?" Inko whispered, reaching out to brush curls out of his face. The two of them were sitting in the car Yue sent them in, just waiting for Aizawa to finish up before they could go. Izuku wished Fat Gum could come home with them, but he told them that he would be having dinner with Doom's family afterwards. "Not really," he admitted and tried to give her a watery smile. "But everything will be okay. In time." "Some pains don't fade," she said, studying his face sadly. He wondered if she'd been put through all this after he disappeared. Wondered if people spoke nice words over an empty coffin. He decided he didn't want to know. "Funerals are for the living," he said, quoting a source he couldn't remember. "It's supposed to be closure." "He was such a good boy," Inko said, letting go of Izuku and leaning back in her seat, eyes falling closed. She looked tired. Izuku wished he didn't know what all of this was doing to her, wished he didn't know that she pictured him in that coffin. He knew the statistics for hero hopefuls, had them tattooed on his heart, and they burned like a brand. He could recite them in his sleep and, given his muttering habit, probably had at some point. They felt more real than ever. "He was a hero," Izuku said as if that explained it all, and perhaps it did. Inko was saved from having to respond by Aizawa wandering over and getting in the car, one hand going to his tie to tear it over his head. "Back to the school?" Inko asked hopefully. "Back to the school," he agreed somberly. All Might was waiting for them when they arrived. He made idle chit-chat with Aizawa about some particularly confusing teacher paperwork while Inko and Izuku went into their apartment to change into more normal clothes. It was in Izuku's room that All Might found him 15 minutes later with only an unbuttoned shirt to show for his time and efforts. He didn't react at all as All Might entered his room and gently sat beside him on his bed. "I've been a hero for a long time, my boy," he said, equal parts introspective and comforting. "I've seen hundreds of heroes come and go. I'd like to tell you that it gets easier, but it doesn't." Aizawa was upset, Izuku said, still feeling numb. He was upset because of the wasted potential. "Aizawa is a very logical person," All Might explained, resting a gaunt hand on Izuku's back and managing to span almost the entirety of Izuku's slumped shoulders. "Grief isn't logical. It's hard for him to reconcile the two parts of himself. Don't be angry at him for trying to rationalize the irrational." "I told him that Doom's potential wasn't wasted," Izuku said, tears once again running down his face. He felt too exhausted to sob and could only sit there as it felt like his world was falling apart. "I told him that it was just passed on." "That's a good way of thinking about it," All Might praised with a soft smile. "Can I tell you a secret?" he asked, quiet as a mouse after a long pause. Izuku didn't want to give voice to his toxic thoughts, but he knew All Might of all people wouldn't look down on him for being a little bit broken inside. "Always, my boy," the hero said, smile turning sad. "You should know by now that I'm old hat at keeping secrets." "I kind of wish I never went up to Fat Gum," he said, arms wrapping around himself in meager comfort. "I wouldn't have ever met him and it wouldn't hurt now." "Maybe that's true," All Might allowed. "But that isn't fair to Doomseer, now is it? Izuku, do you doubt that he loved you?" Izuku shook his head, shoulders beginning to shake. "Do you think he would have wanted to see you fade away?" Izuku shook his head with an almost desperate sob. "Your presence is a gift," All Might said, voice quiet but sincere. "It hurts to lose people close to you, but for their sake you must not pull away and deny them your friendship. You have the potential to reach out and brighten people's lives, Izuku. Don't forget that. You can be a force of kindness in an otherwise dark world. Do your best not to harden your heart." "I will," Izuku promised, giving up on his facade of composure and turning to wrap his arms around All Might's ruined torso. He let his grief swallow him whole as his idol whispered reassurances into his hair. "As you know, I'm going to be one of the examiners today, my boy," All Might explained as he helped himself to another glass of orange juice that Inko had graciously left on the table for them. He was having breakfast with the Midoriyas at her insistence after he'd come to wish Izuku luck and was unlucky, lucky, enough to admit he'd been too nervous to eat anything that morning. For the practical, right? Izuku asked, letting All Might top off his glass as well. That's correct, though you probably won't see me, he explained, trying hard not to let anything slip. He wanted to respect Izuku's desire to do the exam on his own, but it was a struggle not to reveal everything and beg Izuku to reconsider. His quirk simply wasn't suitable for such an exam. I'll be behind the scenes if you will, All Might settled on. That makes sense, Izuku agreed cheerfully, nodding. It's still a secret that you'll be a teacher this year, after all. And I'm sure revealing it now would just distract everyone, anyway. All Might sighed and stared into his glass of orange juice, having eaten all he could that morning. He almost wished for coffee, but Inko was absolute. The caffeine would wreak havoc on his nerves. I think I've rather had my fill of secrets, he said wistfully. He sighed, stirring his limp bangs, and looked over to Izuku, who was watching him worriedly. He was in his true form to conserve energy for the coming day, so he was certain he looked like a sorry sight. I think I have too, Izuku agreed hesitantly, and All Might couldn't fault him. Izuku was a bird in a cage, stuck under constant supervision and restricted at all times. If he was in such a predicament, he wasn't sure he would be able to stand it. We're certainly two peas in a pod, he agreed ruefully. You handle it better than I do anyway. No, I'm just a huge wimp that's scared of people, Izuku pointed out, gesturing vaguely with his spoon. Mom says I'm a nervous wreck. It's good to know your flaws, All Might joked. Well, with a teacher like Eraserhead, I don't have a choice, he laughed. And he's right. I'm super nervous now even. Because of the exam? He asked and received a nod in response. You shouldn't be, my boy. You'll do amazing whether you take the exam or not. Not you too, he sighed with a smile. At All Might's confused look, he explained, 13 and present Mike have already been by to tell me I don't have to take the exam if I don't want to, and my mom has cried like 10 times. Try 4, Inko chimed in, coming from the kitchen with a fresh pitcher of juice. She was dressed for class now. And don't forget that I accept you to join my class when you get in, Izuku. I will, he grinned. All Might, despite knowing what the test held in store, felt hopeful. All Might only realized it wasn't just hope that buoyed Izuku when he went to check on him once more before leaving. The door was open, and when he peeked in, he found Izuku standing over his bed, back to the door as he wrapped his hands like he'd been taught. Something in the way he held himself made All Might pause. It wasn't hope that was getting Izuku through this. He'd simply only allowed himself one outcome and nothing else would do. Smiling, All Might turned and left, confident in Izuku's resolve. Katsuki was a little upset. After enduring his mother's taunts and teasing and finally escaping the house, he'd realized he had forgotten to eat breakfast. It wasn't the worst thing that could happen. His favorite cafe was by the train station, but it did seem to set the tone for the day. His underlings, because of course they were underlings, nothing more, were practically blowing up his phone with assurances that he didn't even need them to wish him luck. It was annoying. He grit his teeth as his breath clouded in front of him. He was at least glad that he'd remembered to grab his thickest coat on his way out the door. If he was going to showcase his quirk, he had to keep his body temperature up. The cafe was almost uncomfortable warm when he walked in, which suited him just fine. He didn't bother with looking at the menu because he already knew what he wanted. He barked his order at the barista, who only rolled her eyes at his tone and gave him his total. He liked that. He took his food and gave his name for his drink order before wandering over to the corkboard where people posted things like advertisements or job offerings. He didn't need or want anything, but it was something to do with his time and he could respect people trying to get sheet done. After a moment, his eyes zeroed in on a familiar page. He set his food down on a nearby table and carefully rearranged the postings until he was staring at Izuku Midoriya's face. The poster was clearly old, but very well preserved. Auntie Inko had refreshed them for years, he remembered distantly while staring into wide green eyes. Years she had waited until one day she gave up. His mother was disappointed when Inko abruptly moved away, but she said that she respected that the memories of her son were probably too painful to bear. She hadn't referred to Inko's son by name. Katsuki wondered when the last time someone even said it was. He mouthed the name, but it was wrong. It was all wrong. Deku, he cursed, though his hands were gentle as he reached out to carefully pull the staples out of the poster. He had to fold it to fit it in his pocket, but he was careful even with that. He didn't crease the picture in the top left corner. Bakugo! Katsuki retrieved his food and snatched his drink before bolting out of the cafe. The gates of UA were bustling with other students, and Katsuki gave exactly 0 Fs about each and every one of them, barking at them to make them FNG move their buttes. He couldn't put into words why he was so angry still. The food and drink had been delicious as always, but if he could, he was certain that the words F- and also Diem would feature heavily. He was just about to enter the building when something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Whipping around, he quickly scanned the crowd, but couldn't see anything for sure. Whatever it was had been green. The written exam was a piece of cake, and Katsuki was certain that anyone that failed it deserved to be denied entry to not only UA, but any school. They should be sent right back to primary school where they would be forced to repeat every single year. Twice. Staring moodily at his handout, he had to admit that it might be overkill. He listened carefully as President Mike explained the examination to come, studying the pictures and written instructions carefully. He appreciated that it was likened to a video game, simple and easy. Straightforward. He was good at video games. May I ask a question? A student cried, and Katsuki struggled to tune them out immediately lest he give in to his temper and yell at the guy. He didn't want to cause a fuss and risk being thrown out, even if the other student was clearly begging to be put in his place. He only tuned back in when the student choppily gestured to the room at large and said, "And please, whoever is muttering, it's distracting. This is some sort of game too. You, then please leave immediately." Now that he mentioned it, Katsuki realized that there had been some background whispers. Where the other guy couldn't seem to locate the source, Katsuki knew for sure the general area they'd been coming from. From his vantage point, he surveyed the seated students on the left side of the room, squinting angrily. Green. Katsuki stared at the head of green curls to the left, close to the front. He couldn't see the student's face, and if he wasn't sure it would get him kicked out and ruin his goal, Katsuki would have been up and out of his seat in seconds, racing down there. That shade of green matched Auntie Inko's perfect. The curls were so reminiscent of the photo on the missing persons poster in Katsuki's coat that he felt shell-shocked, his stomach churning uncomfortable. What the hell? Despite being the first out of his seat, Katsuki didn't catch the green-haired, muttering student before they were all shuffled into buses bound for separate testing locations. Robots. Izuku wanted to scream. Why did it have to be robots he was up against when his quirk was useless against anything that wasn't a living, breathing being? He couldn't influence a robot, and so he was essentially stuck doing this whole thing quirkless. He nervously stuck his face in the collar of his jumpsuit and looked around at all of the gathered people. Though he didn't consciously activate it, his quirk was working at a low level to ensure that no one would see him. Izuku felt bad, seeing that some of the hero hopefuls looks perfectly nice. Although he had caught sight of the student that berated him in front of everyone else. He made a mental note to stay away from him in particular. His quirk didn't work on robots, so he couldn't sneak up on them. The only people he could influence were his fellow students, but the rules were very clear on attacking them. So his only option was to try and be as quick and crafty as he could and hope for the best. He really should have accepted the recommendations gracefully. Robots. Katsuki was absolutely delighted. While he didn't care if a couple extras were used as collateral damage to showcase his quirk, he knew the heroes grading the test probably would. Robots were the perfect solution. He could go all out without a care. He was back in his coat to help generate sweat even though the day had warmed up considerably. Looking around, he noticed his fellow students trying to either gauge the competition or make friends. Both were ridiculous. Friends weren't going to help them not be entirely useless, and he was the only true competition among all these losers. Still, he couldn't help but eye the crowd, hoping for another glimpse of green. At this point he was fairly sure he'd only imagined it earlier. There was no way in hell Deku would be at a UA exam. At present mix call, Izuku rushed forward with the rest of the crowd, but didn't stop or slow at the first robot appearances. He wanted to get some distance to work with because he knew he was going to take a lot longer to disable one of the robots than others with flashier quirks. He ducked around a few more obvious encounters until he finally got one alone. It was only a one-pointer, but it would have to do. As it whirled on him, he forced himself forward, trusting that they wouldn't put anything too dangerous in the entrance exam where a lot of kids could get hurt. Izuku ducked under its neck-like appendage and jumped up onto its body. The thing flailed, quick but lacking the range of motion to scoop him off. He grit his teeth in a grim grin and shoved his arm up under the metal plates of its body and began ripping at the wires indiscriminately. He didn't have time to puzzle out anything more elegant. Soon enough, the robot buzzed and froze before collapsing. Izuku jumped out of the way just in time, only narrowly avoiding being squashed. "What? 1 point?" he panted, a looming dread beginning to fill him. He didn't have time to linger over it, though. He dashed off in search of another easy target. Katsuki was fairly sure he'd never had so much fun in his life. The robots were so easy to take down and he'd cleared the field several times over before realizing the obstacles were becoming less and less frequent. Maybe there was a set number of robots in each arena? In that case, he had to double down and make sure no one else got any points. With that thought in mind, he rounded another corner as he tried to shake out his arms and wrists. They were beginning to tremble from the knockback of his blasts and the overuse of his quirk. He hated that it was a weakness for him, but it wasn't like he had the opportunity to use his quick constantly to build up stamina. It was already risky enough to let off a couple controlled bursts throughout the day with all those quirk usage laws in place. God damn it. Katsuki paused and backtracked a bit to peer down an alley where he found a purple-haired kid on the ground, one leg seemingly pinned by shrapnel from a robot that looked to have been carved apart roughly. Are you doing?" he asked before his mind caught up with his mouth. The purple head snapped up to glare at him. Do you think I'm doing?" he asked, looking absolutely livid. "Being a FING dumbass, clearly," he snapped back, temper beginning to peak despite being exhausted and in the initial throes of quirk overuse. "I'd say that it takes one to know one, but we both already know you're a dumbass," he nearly yelled in retaliation. "If you're dumb but has to ask what the F I'm doing as if I even chose to lay around here trapped under some scrap metal. If you need help, just say it," Katsuki taunted. "Go ahead, beg." The purple-haired kid grit his teeth. "I would rather die, thanks." Katsuki bit his lip before he could actually laugh in his face, but his mirth quickly turned to surprise when he heard screaming break out from somewhere behind him. He took a few steps back towards the mouth of the alley before the screams took the form of words. "It's a 0-pointer. Katsuki looked back at the trapped purple-haired kid. Well, Izuku had taken a wrong turn and ended up coinciding with the crowd again, despairing over all the cries of success around them as the others racked up points left and right. He had 1 point. If he had to put into words how he was feeling, he would explain that his stomach had dropped so far down that he was certain it was gone entirely at this point, just like All Might's. At least he would be able to follow his childhood. Hero in something since he was failing entirely at being a hero. He was just about to scurry off again when there was an almighty. Izuku and the rest of the hero hopefuls looked up to find a massive robot rising from the earth, turning the buildings around it to rubble as it clawed its way up. It paused, hanging over them for one heart-stopping moment before bringing one massive appendage down upon them. Izuku fell from the shock waves beneath him, clawing his collar up over his mouth to avoid breathing the dust and debris kicked up in the air. His eyes stung and watered freely. Everyone was running away. He should be running away. Shakily, he managed to stand again, turning around to follow suit when... Ow! He turned back. There was a girl trapped under the rubble. The 0-pointer was right there. You wouldn't let her get crushed, right? The robot would stop short and she would be freed by a hero in a few moments. But did they know she was there? How closely was this being monitored? Izuku's tongue tasted like ash as he decided that he really couldn't afford to assume that the examiners knew she was trapped. His legs felt like jelly as he forced himself to move, grabbing a discarded metal plate as he went. He moved quick, dashing over to her as she weakly struggled to free herself. Izuku had long since learned that his quirk was less like a blanket and more like a dial. At 0, he was normal. At 100, his own mother had trouble remembering him. In this moment, he made sure the dial was jammed down to 0. He felt a bit big-headed thinking that there would be examiners watching him especially, but if they were then he needed them to see what was going on and to stop it if they could. All Might was an examiner. If he was assigned to watch Izuku's arena, then he absolutely would favor Izuku. The man was very obvious about playing favorites. With the metal plate in his hands, he went to work as the monstrous machine rumbled closer and closer. Jamming the plate under a rock, Izuku threw his body weight on it to shift it. The girl struggled more insistently, weakly turning over to try and help him. "I've got it," he said, trying not to freeze up. This was a person. A real live person. Not only that, but it was a girl. "Save your energy and try and pull free." I can," she mumbled, pressing her hand to another piece of debris. Izuku tried to shift it, amazed when he found it to be weightless. He shifted it away as the girl fell back against the concrete. He was about to ask her if she was okay when she began vomiting. Izuku levered off another piece of debris before hurrying to steady her, shifting her a bit so she didn't end up in a puddle of her own sick. "Can you do more of the rocks?" he asked. His eyes slid over the wreckage around them, seeing potential where before there was none. "Or can you do something else? We can launch stuff at it." "I can do it," she said, voice small, but stubborn. Izuku nodded and took off for some larger pieces of metal plates, particularly the sharper ones. He grabbed 2 before he had to admit that his own strength was in question now. He returned to the girl, dragging the plates. Was it him, or had the robot gotten even slower? It didn't matter. He couldn't afford to assume. "Please use your quirk on these," he said, dropping the plates by her. She slowly opened her eyes and looked over at them. What are you going to do?" "If you can make them weightless, then I can throw them," Izuku explained. "If I can hit the cameras on its head or jam the treads or... I can stop it. I can stop the 0-pointer." The girl stared at him. "In case we die," she said, voice shaky. "My name is Ochako Uraraka." She reached out and touched both pieces of metal. "And my name is Izuku Midoriya," he said, feeling an odd rush over the simple act of giving his name. Armed with his 2 new weapons, he whirled on the 0-pointer. "You're a fool." Izuku winced and slung an arm over his eyes, unwilling to make any eye contact with his disappointed teacher. Aizawa stood over his infirmary bed, glaring at him in brilliant crimson while his hair swirled around his face menacingly. Izuku wished he wouldn't. As badly as he wanted to sink into the floor and disappear, he knew it was better to take the scolding as it came. "What were you thinking?" His breath hitched on a sob and the shame threatened to crush him alive once again. He finished the exam with 1 whole point. He was sure Aizawa regretted ever even giving him the time of day. "I'm sorry," he said, voice wobbly. "I should have just..." "You should have taken the recommendations," Aizawa finished for him. "No," Izuku said, trying his best to not let his tears run over where his teacher could see. My quirk isn't special and I was kidding myself. It's not a hero quirk and I see that now." "You." Aizawa sighed and Izuku felt the bed dip beside him before hands were pulling his arm off his face. Tearful green met remorseful red. "I meant what were you doing taking on a 0-pointer?" he chided gently, reaching for the tissues. Izuku sniffled miserably and took the tissue he was given with his one good hand. It had been a stupid decision. The 0-pointer had been slowing down and would have never come close to hurting the girl, Uraraka, he remembered, and yet he continued with his stupid plan. The weightless pieces of metal had been unwieldy, but Izuku managed and he actually incapacitated the thing with his well-placed throws. But he never thought of where it would land. As it crashed to the ground, Izuku threw himself at Uraraka, plucking up another piece of metal as he went and dragging it over both. They huddled beneath it with Izuku holding it up as the monstrous piece of machinery fell and sprayed them with debris. The jolting force of the rubble hitting their shield had broken Izuku's right arm, but he held strong until the proctors arrived to dig them out and spirit them away. "I was scared," Izuku admitted to his teacher as he stared at the cast. Recovery Girl healed it a bit, just enough that it wasn't going to overwhelm him with the pain before declaring a full healing would have to wait. But that other girl was trapped and I didn't know what else to do. One day we'll get you to trust in us, Aizawa said, staring at the tissue box in his hands, apparently lost in thought. I do. Izuku protested. You do with the little stuff. But in situations like this, you assume that you can't rely on others to help you. I understand why, but please have more faith in your teachers. We were there. We were ready to save you. Words stuck in Izuku's throat. A million what-ifs begged to be voiced. He settled on saying nothing at all. Katsuki knew he aced the exam, so he was sure to sleep soundly that night. He had a few scratches and bruises that his dad fussed over while his mom was making dinner, but Katsuki wore them with pride. He'd lost count of how many points he's won, but he was absolutely sure he had secured his admission. They'd be stupid to miss out on his talent, and he, being All Might's alma mater, was not stupid. The only black spot on the day had been that stupid, god-awful purple-haired menace. Though Katsuki had gone through all that trouble to pick the lousy extra up and move him somewhere the proctors could plainly see, he hadn't stopped verbally abusing Katsuki the entire time. By the end, Katsuki was seeing red and, truthfully, he didn't know how he didn't snap and punch the boy's goddamn FNG face in. After dinner, a struggle, his mother thought the bruises were proof he wasn't giving it his all and that he wasn't good enough. Katsuki hurried to his room and locked the door behind him. He'd had enough of people today. With a heavy sigh, he fell back onto his bed and stared at the ceiling. He was tired. He could just go to sleep early tonight. As his eyes closed, he remembered the flash of green. With a growl, he opened his eyes and shot out of his bed. His coat was thrown over his desk chair and the missing poster was still in the pocket. He fished it out and set it on his desk, smoothing the creases out carefully. Izuku Midoriya. They'd never been friends per se, but Katsuki couldn't think of any childhood memory that didn't have the green-haired boy in it, shying away from others, but still painfully awed by Katsuki. But then he was gone and Katsuki had been the last to see him. Izuku! A mop of green hair popped up from his pillow, looking towards the door in sleepy surprise, heart hammering in his chest. Fat Gum leaned through the doorway with a huge grin. Fat Gum! Izuku cried, struggling out of his blankets and wincing as he put too much weight on his cast. No rush, kiddo, he said, holding a hand out to placate him. I'll meet you outside, okay? Your mom and Eraserhead said we can go to the aquarium today. What? He asked before his brain caught up. The aquarium. I'll meet you downstairs. Izuku hurried to shuck his pajamas and replace them with clothes suitable for a day in the city. He was excited to be going with Fat Gum. He hadn't seen his personal hero since. Izuku shook his head to clear the creeping gloom and growled in frustration as he fought his way into a shirt with the burden of his cast slowing him down. This was going to be a good day or else. He needed this to be a good day after the stress of the exam. He rushed downstairs to say goodbye to his mom and meet Fat Gum. After being helped into a hoodie by an overly amused 13, Izuku and Fat Gum were off to confront their final hurdle on their way out. Izuku stared at the grand arches, Fat Gum waiting patiently behind him. He could count on one hand the number of times he'd been off campus in the years he'd been staying at the school. This excursion would make his fourth trip, and Fat Gum had been there for every one of them. Present Mike tried once, but Izuku ended up throwing up from the stress before he made it through the gate. Do you want to hold my hand? Fat Gum asked. I have to be brave, Izuku said firmly. If I want to be a hero, then I'm going to have to be out there eventually. That's true, he allowed. But you aren't a hero yet, and it's understandable if you don't want dash. Izuku eased in a sharp breath and strode forward though he was shaking. He didn't release it until he was on the other side of the gate. He breathed for a moment before turning around to smile at Fat Gum. I've been scared long enough, he announced. Now it's time for me to be brave. Shoyuta Aizawa was not a good man. He clawed his way to consciousness in the dark, desolate hours before dawn arrived. His breathing caught once, twice before he could collect it himself. A man of little fanfare, he was discreet even in the wake of the most terrifying nightmares. His breath hitched in silent groan as he heaved himself up, limbs feeling heavier than ever before. The years were catching up with him, his reckless youth and its accompanying injuries reached from the past to haunt his presence. He could only imagine the pain as he grew older and collected even more injuries. The bedroom room was dark, made darker by the blackout cloth hanging over the only window, though it was of no matter to him, for he'd long since memorized the layout of his apartment. He knew where every weapon was, intended or situational, every conceivable exit, and every point he could feasibly destroy without sacrificing the building's structural integrity. In the dark, the hero slowly rose and trudged into the bathroom. When he flicked the light switch, he found himself squinting at the obnoxious onslaught of light. He stood there, eyes clenched shut until the visual assault passed and he could look around the room without flinching. It took a long moment before he could ease his eyes open again. He looked in the mirror first, eyes tracing every line of exhaustion on his face, before flipping the mirror open to get to the cabinet. The cabinet was organized almost obsessively, with bottle and tubes and the like standing at attention like little healing soldiers. He pulled out some healing ointment and a bottle of pills and then slammed the mirror hard enough to rattle the contents. Uncapping the ointment and rubbing some on his fingers, he warmed it before gently rubbing it over the split in his lip and then massaged some gently into the dark bruise around it. He glanced at the bruise-like circles under his eyes, but he'd need an entirely different type of medicine to deal with that. Dropping the tube into the sink basin absently, he clutched the bottle of pills a bit desperately, reading the label for what seemed like the 100th time. Sleeping pills. Bottle containing 30 pills despite how he'd had the prescription for 2 weeks now. He was a weak man. Shoyuta took one sleeping pill that night and he woke up feeling more rested and infinitely glad that he'd resisted the urge to chase the first pill with 29 more. He had breakfast with a friend, saved a woman in distress that night, and got home in enough time to feed his cat her evening meal. Ren was a massive, feline, almost offensively orange and fluffy. Almost 3 feet long, she was a constant sunny shadow trailing after her master while he was home. She enjoyed lounging on him especially, and was well pleased to partake in her favorite activity as Shoyuta began to drift off on the couch. It took less than an hour for him to shake himself awake, jolting himself from his night. 1, 2 jagged breaths and no more. Those 29 pills would never look so tempting. He was weak and lacked conviction, and that's the only reason he lived to see his 25th birthday. He would tell anyone that asked, but only his best friend ever did. There was no one else to worry over him and he liked it that way. And then his best friend blackmailed him into escorting the principal of their fair UA to his radio show. There had been a breach that wasn't a breach and then a foiled robbery, and just as he was about to board his train home, Hisashi called him about a boy. The boy was the youngest 9-year-old that Shoyuta had ever met. Seemingly scared of his own shadow, not that he blamed him after years of living with a man with the quirk fear, he was determined to atone for sins that weren't his own. Shoyuta took one look at him and knew. He just knew that this kid would end up one of his most desperate cases, and he immediately launching into trying to teach the kid healthier ways of thinking of himself. Years of forcing himself through psychology classes had never fixed him, but he would be dead if he wouldn't try to use them to help this kid. It had been a surprise to hear that he'd encountered the kid before, and the shock sat heavy in his stomach. The kid, Izuku, had been suffering right in front of him, and he'd been unable to do anything. What kind of hero was he? He knew that his colleagues, with the exception of Fat Gum, who'd been there when Izuku was ready to reach out, felt similarly guilty. But Shoyuta was nothing if not adaptive. He took his guilt and he used it as motivation to keep on doing what he once loved. He took the boy on as a one-on-one student and began teaching him everything he needed to know, looking the other way at some of the other things his mentors taught him. Izuku wanted to be a hero, so a hero he would be. Shoyuta Aizawa was not a father. In the coming years, Shoyuta taught him to defend himself and to defend anyone in his care. He taught him the patience of a hero waiting for villain to expose themselves. Taught him to utilize his quirk and not shy from it. Midnight taught him the power of being at home in one's skin, but also the power of not being oneself for a while. It was a shame he wasn't destined for underground hero work, because if you gave him 5 minutes in a bathroom or a cheap corner store, he could effectively throw together a disguise that would fool almost anyone. Not that he really needed disguises most of the time. His quirk was perfect for passing by undetected. Present Mike taught him effective control, turned the blanket analogy into a set of dials labeled intensity and range. He taught him the value of taking on every task with as much energy as he could muster, taught him the value of good momentum in his recovery. Fat Gum taught him how heroes interacted with the real world outside of UA's gates. As the only hero Izuku trusted to escort him into the general public, he took it upon himself to teach him the most mundane of errands that every other person easily did without anxiety. Doom taught him how to skirt the edges of a hero's duty. Taught him how to pick a lock and throw a knife. Even in death, he taught Izuku a hero's resolution. All Might came later, but with him came a solemn lesson in the burden of being a hero that everyone placed their faith in. It was a well-rounded foundation for heroism that any hero-to-be would kill for. Really, it was just a shame that none of them focused on practical applications. Sho Yudaizawa was a failure as a teacher and as a father. Izuku was missing. It's my fault. Sho Yuda sighed, hating how quickly they dissolved into a pity party, but unable to snap at his hero colleagues. He would just about die with guilt if Izuku had disappeared on his watch. Knowing that didn't make watching Fat Gum fall to grief any easier. There are heroes scouring the city, Midnight pointed out, twirling her flogger in agitation. There were a number of heroes gathered in the meeting room, all crowded around the large U-shaped table. Midnight scanned them all, frowning. With this many heroes looking, the only likely reason he hasn't been found is because he's using his quirk. Then it's safe to say he's sided with the villains, Endeavor grumbled, shifting in his too small chair and crossing his arms. Whispers began breaking out until Midnight snapped her weapon against the table in a sharp crack. Who's to say the brat wasn't gathering information the entire time he's been welcomed into a hero school? I can't believe how foolish dash. We must remember he's only a child. Nedzu spoke up, quieting the rest of the dissent in their ranks. When I made the decision to allow him safe haven in UA, he was only 9 and required extensive quirk training. His quirk may have been used for nefarious purposes, but I can assure you the boy is nothing but eager to become a hero. Bleeding hearts, Endeavor muttered, but wouldn't make eye contact with the principal. If you're so determined to prove us wrong, then you should be out there looking, Sho Yuda said, placing a hand on Fat Gum's arm when it looked like he was about to hop right out of his chair. Catch him in wrongdoing and we'll re-evaluate. Little Izuku would never become a villain, Fat Gum said hotly, puffing up in anger. If he used his quirk, then it had to be to help someone or dash. To escape someone, Midnight posited, tracing her lips with the handle of her flogger thoughtfully. Maybe he saw something and it spooked him. He still gets anxiety attacks when he leaves campus. It wouldn't take much. This is all meaningless speculation, the number 2 hero scoffed. He stood and addressed the principal directly. Patch up your security and let the real heroes find the boy. God help him, Sho Yuda muttered as Endeavor strode out of the room, leaving a swirl of ash in his wake. It happened like this. Fat Gum proposed one last trip into the city to pick up school supplies before the term started. Izuku agreed, feeling particularly bold, and the two of them left early that morning. They'd gotten clothes and notebooks and the like and stopped in a busy plaza for lunch. Fat Gum left Izuku at a table in clear view as he went to buy food from one of the stands clustered around. Izuku fully intended on sitting there like a good boy, but he saw a poster advertising a new All Might movie on the door of one of the nearby shops. He only wanted a closer look, but then he saw a limited edition pin set displayed on the counter, so he stepped inside. It was okay. He could still see the table. New Fat Gum was a yell away at best. He'd been distracted though. He didn't notice the only other patron in the store moving to the front until she reached for the door and closed it, the bell on it tinkling cheerfully. It's been a while, kid. Izuku didn't drop the pin he was turning over. He froze for a long moment before slowly depositing the empty lady pin beside the Ryukyu pin he'd just finished examining. His movements were sluggish, mind blank with an old familiar fear. The woman was a stranger, face completely unfamiliar. But that voice. Why don't you fire up that quirk for me? She asked, smiling. It reached her eyes. Then we can take a short walk. Numbly, Izuku found himself submitting. The woman smiled when the suspicious-looking cashier took on a confused look and then opened the door again, walking out. Izuku followed. "It's a nice day," she commented before reaching out to take his arm. "You know, I kind of thought you died. I went back to Mine's apartment a month after he was arrested and it was a crime scene. I know how dependent you were on him, so I figured when he didn't come home you just curled up to die and the neighbors reported the smell." Izuku's voice caught, but finally he was able to say, "I didn't recognize you without the cartoon heads." "That's the point," she said with a smile and then dragged him over to get coffee. He waited with her in silence, a nervous mess of anxiety. You know, Mind was a massive effing idiot. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He stared at her dumbly until she snorted and elaborated, shoving her hands into her coat pockets. "He had no idea what he had his hands on," she continued as the barista handed over her coffee. She thanked him with a flirtatious smile and then dragged Izuku out of the cafe. "He thought it was a type of invisibility quirk and I wasn't about to correct him. He always got so upset." "How did you know?" She said with a cat that ate the canary and went back for the hamster smile. "Have a memory quirk. It's impossible to find someone with a FING invisibility quirk," the lady yelled, stomping her feet and scowling thunderously. Her partner in her search only sighed. "We both know this is an impossible assignment, but we still have to try," Kemui Woods said patiently. "When the #1 hero himself asks for help, we have to give it to him." It had been a surprise when their agencies contacted them and gave them the assignment, but it had been an outright shock when they got to the briefing and found All Might there. The awe of being in his presence was enough to overshadow the surprise that the illustrious Yue had apparently been harboring a child with a very, very powerful invisibility quirk. The scandal of it all was delightful and would make a pretty penny being sold to the right tabloid. Yue creates supernaturally strong proto-hero now gone rogue. If only she hadn't signed the non-disclosure agreement. "So my quirk doesn't work on you," Izuku ventured after following the woman around fearfully for what seemed like hours. "Nope," she said distractedly, fingering a sheer scarf. She dragged him through enough stores that he honestly couldn't remember the number. Everyone greeted her warmly as he passed entirely unnoticed. "Do you know how Mind saw you?" He could never see past your quirk," she said, pulling a shirt from the next rack. "He just could sense your fear. I think any empath probably could overcome your quirk, honestly." That wasn't true. In his training, Izuku strengthened his quirk enough that he could erase every hint of his presence. He could make his own mother forget him. Had Mind really only been able to sense his fear? Without extensive training, he wasn't able to obscure everything. Had Mind really only found him because of fear? What do you want with me?" She said, abandoning the racks to turn on him. "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it, kid?" Izuku's stomach sank. Katsuki didn't like shopping. He didn't like attendants that tried to make him buy this or that. He didn't like all the pointless variations, the frivolity. It was horseshit. It was his parents' brand of horseshit. But he needed new gloves. He wore them to bed to try and contain any small explosions that might accidentally erupt, but his chemically volatile sweat eroded the gloves almost too quickly to keep up with. The best pair he'd had was sinfully expensive and they only lasted a month. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he flipped through the sparse collection of leather gloves. They weren't the most comfortable to sleep in and honestly they probably effed up his circulation a bit, but he had a style to maintain, thank you very much. He pulled a pair off of the display that was bare of decoration and stomped over to the checkout area. The attendant was overly nice and it was pissing him off, but he wasn't a savage, so he grunted at the appropriate intervals and forked over his cash promptly. He stared over her shoulder blankly, letting the chatter was over him and then, green. A flash of green, pulled away quickly. She was dragging him now and his stomach was churning and he couldn't track what she was saying and he was sure he was going to just have to kill himself because she wanted the information he had on UA and she promised that she knew people that could get the information from his head without him having to say a word. He was going to be a security risk. They would attack and his teachers, his mother would be in danger. He would sooner bite his tongue and drown in the blood than let that happen. The road before them was blurry through his tears, but he tried to track where they were going. She was dragging him through a small shopping district not 10 minutes from his old home. He remembered coming here with his mother and he lost himself, wailing loudly. No one noticed a thing. No one could see him. It was Deku. It had to be. Ducking out of the store and leaving his purchase on the counter like a dumbass, Katsuki sprinted in the direction of that green. There was no proof and it was absolutely insane to believe what he saw. Was his childhood friend, and yet, he ran. Izuku wailed, tripping over his own feet only to be dragged back to them. Stupid Ifenji Deku was always FNG crying. Izuku dug his heels in, trying to slow his attacker as he craned his head and looked for the source of the voice in the crowd. That voice. That name. Both were etched in his memory, now and forever. Through the crowd, green eyes locked with crimson. Kaken. It was him. Holy if it was him. Izuku Midoriya was alive and looked as if he was about to piss himself in terror like he did when he was a snot-nosed brat on the playground. There were serious laws about quirk usage. Illegal quirk usage was absolutely taboo and honestly the kind of thing Katsuki tried to avoid, as it would mar his record. But it was Deku. He aimed his hands downward and his palms ignited, lifting him clear of the crowd. Hastily adjusting, he propelled himself over them and he was on Izuku and the woman in seconds. Deku, he cried again, reaching for Izuku's free hand. He grabbed it and pulled with all of his strength. Between the two of them, they broke the woman's grip and she went stumbling. Katsuki roughly dragged Izuku back until they were out of arm's reach and then shoved Izuku behind him for good measure. What the F are you doing with him? The woman staggered to her feet, eyes like daggers. I think you're confused, sweetie, she said, voice dripping with venom. He belongs to me now. He's a FNG person, he snarled. The word, that hated nickname was still ringing in his ears, but DMN if it didn't sound like help. And well, he was going to be a goddamn hero. FNG missing person at that, he continued. Izuku grabbed the back of his jacket and gently pressed his head against Katsuki's back. He seemed to be hyperventilating. You're not taking him. You can see me, Izuku was whispering into the fabric over and over again. What FNG weirdo. Boy, he's a villain now. I don't know what you think you know, but he'd been nothing but a tool for evil. If you really want to be a hero, you'd kill him now, she taunted. Even if that was the truth, he grit out. The proper thing to do would be to turn him into the police. Goddamn goody two-shoes, she grumbled, and then there was a blade in her hand and she was lunging and Katsuki was just raising his hand for an explosion when she stopped. She stopped where she was standing, knife raised and poised to stab Katsuki in the heart. She stopped and she looked confused. The F-dash? He asked, but she didn't look like she knew anything more than he did. It hurts, Izuku whispered and then drew a shaky breath. Oh, Kaken, it hurts. And then Izuku Midoriya passed out cold. When he awoke, Izuku found himself in a hospital bed. It took some time before he was able to focus enough to make sense of what was going on. He's going to be fine. That was Aizawa. He sounded stressed. Quirk shock is dangerous. There might be permanent damage. Maybe even a coma. Yamada sounded like he was panicking. Izuku felt a gentle hand run through his curls. You don't need to be so dramatic, his mother said, sounding perfectly composed for once. He's waking up. His eyes still seemed glued shut, but he got the sense that his teachers had come closer to hover over him. He tried to use his voice, but all he could manage was a garbled groan. It's okay, honey, she said, still petting him. It's okay, you're safe. Katsuki-kun found you. Kaken. He'd called out, Deku. Hap Ned, he slurred, fighting to open his eyes. The lights were blinding. So BRD. The lights dimmed. We were hoping you could shed some light on that, actually, Aizawa said. The kid that found you only said a woman was pulling you around and that she'd called you a villain before trying to kill him to get to you. I was using my quirk, Izuku said. I could tell, Aizawa said dryly. The woman still hasn't regained full coherency, Yamada explained. Izuku finally opened his eyes only to meet the radio star's sympathetic gaze. What happened, little listener? He began and then paused. I was using my quirk and he saw me. The other kid? He saw me. That's unusual. The door opened and Izuku had to squint against the onslaught of light once again before the door was hurriedly closed. Fat gum, Izuku said, and then he was crying. He fell into hysterics almost immediately and Fat Gum hurried to his side to wrap him in a hug. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shoo, he hushed. Shoo, you're safe. I've got you. I see you. At that, Izuku only cried harder. Quirk shock wasn't something to be taken lightly. Given the oft inexplicable nature of quirks, at times the consequences of overusing them were dire. At the very least, people suffering from quirk shock were tired and generally emotionally unstable. For Izuku, it seemed quirk shock made him unusually clingy with bursts of moodiness. It was the cartoon head woman, he explained once he'd finally finished crying, but still refused to let go of his personal hero. She was a friend of mine's. Izuku shoved his face into Fatgum's stomach to avoid the horrified looks on his teachers' faces. It was bad enough that the memories had been forced to the surface. He didn't need to relive their horror on top of his own. She said my quirk never worked on her because she had a memory quirk, he said. She said that Mind only knew where I was because he could sense my fear. I'd suspected the reason was something like that. You did? He sniffled and lifted his head from Fat's stomach. He knew he was acting like a child when he was already practically a high school student, but all he wanted right now was to feel safe. Your quirk is too powerful for him to conveniently not be affected by it, he explained. Or that's what I thought until I met your little friend. Kaken, Izuku said immediately. Can I see him? I can arrange it, he said with a sharp nod and then departed. Izuku, Fat said quietly, making Izuku crane his neck to look at the hero. Why didn't you come to me for help? There were a million excuses to use. 2 million if he got really creative. But only one truth. I went to go see a poster, he said, voice wobbling. He pressed his face against Fat Gum again, unable to look him in the eye. It was close and you were getting food, so I thought it was okay. Then I went into the shop because I could still see the table you were going to meet me at. And then she was there and she didn't threaten me. I just went along. I was afraid and being a coward, he said, averting his eyes in shame. You recognized her without the heads? I knew her voice. She just talked and I was so afraid again, it was just like if Mind was there. I was so. Deku. Izuku lifted his head. Red met green. Kaken. For as long as Izuku could remember, Katsuki Bakugo had been a bright, shining, exploding star in his memory despite the years they'd been apart. His personality was just magnetic. He was a tyrant, loud and brash. His overconfidence was a pitfall, but not one he ever had to confront, especially after his quirk developed. He'd dazzled everyone from the moment he came into the world. But there had been times where he'd been almost kind. Izuku remembered the day he lost Lulu. She was a neighborhood stray, the fearsome cat queen of his apartment complex, and he loved her dearly until the day he found her by the side of the road, already gone. Inko had helped him dig her a grave, but she had dinner to prepare for Izuku before her shift. She went back inside to cook and the rain came. He was barely damp before Katsuki arrived, silent with his father's umbrella in his grip. They didn't speak as Izuku crouched over the fresh earth. He didn't know Lulu and he didn't like the cold or the rain. But he still came, a silent observer of Izuku's grief. Izuku had always believed in him. Katsuki, despite his ego, was always going to become an excellent hero. The hero-to-be in question stood in the doorway, positively bristling with rage. What? He spat, voice rising in volume as he went. The F-Deku? Izuku had no words for him, no explanation. Should he explain what happened earlier with Mind's friend? Should he try to explain the years they'd been apart? Should he try to explain what happened that day? He didn't think words existed that could convey what he wanted to say to Katsuki, so he gave up on even trying. Instead, he stared at his childhood bully beseechingly. Katsuki saved him, put himself in harm's way to rescue Izuku. Katsuki, Inko chided, and he almost laughed at how bizarrely familiar it was. Language. He might not be feeling very talkative, Fat Gum began gently explaining before he was rudely cut off. Like if he might not be, Katsuki scoffed. No one in the entire demon world can make that nerd shut the hell up. He continued ranting as he stomped forward, not even taking his furious crimson eyes off of Izuku when Aizawa caught him by his upper arm to halt his progress. No one can shut Deku up. Listen, Aizawa said curtly. Whatever you think you know about him is wrong. He's changed dash. Like hell, he snapped. His eyes were urgent. Tell them, they said. Izuku wanted to try. You haven't known him for years, his mentor continued to try and explain, temper rising in response to Katsuki's rage. People forget me. Everyone looked at Izuku, who was staring at Katsuki just as urgently. It's my quirk. I'm literally just forgettable. People can be looking right at me and they know I'm there, but they forget me. It's like, their brain gets a signal that I'm there so no one bumps into me, but they never consciously know I'm there because they forget before they can actually react to me. It's kind of like I'm invisible. No one can see or hear me when I'm using my quirk. I guess it's limited to the typical 5 senses, though, because it doesn't work on any kind of other sense as far as I know. There's a lot I don't know. Sometimes it's harder to turn it off than it is to keep it on, which is weird and kind of scary, I guess, but, that woman you pulled me away from earlier had a memory quirk, so my quirk didn't work on her. But she was coming at us and she had a knife and you were between me and her and I was scared, so I pushed my quirk until my quirk beat hers and I won. Everyone was still staring at him, but the intensity in Katsuki's eyes dialed down. Doesn't want to talk my butt? He grumbled. The woman fell over when you passed out like a little beach. She didn't even know who she was when the paramedics got there. Neither did the people nearest to us. What the F did you do? I don't know, he confessed, traitorous tears beginning to well up in his eyes again. Katsuki didn't seem surprised in the slightest. If I may interject, Aizawa drawled, still sounding a bit annoyed. Finally releasing his grip on Katsuki's arm, he crossed his own. I think a better question would be, what did you do? Me? Katsuki demanded, whirling on Izuku's mentor. You said it yourself. Everyone else at the scene was affected. What set you apart? What made you and you alone escape unscathed? You, Katsuki cursed and then ran a hand through his hair, stressed. What the F dash? A more powerful memory quirk than the villains, perhaps, Fat Gum suggested. Like hell, he retorted rudely, turning his glare on him. He brought his hands up as if offering them for inspection, and then suddenly his palms were alight with crackling explosions. This is my quirk. Aizawa slowly looked between Katsuki's angrily proud face and the explosions in his palms. Well, Yamada said brightly. That sure cleared nothing up. That kid. Who is he to you? Izuku paused for a moment and then continued struggling to get his dark eye hoodie on. It was a particularly cool find merch-wise, but the extra arms were a bit tricky to navigate. 13 brought him a change of clothes and he was just preparing to be released back into UA custody. I don't know, he said vaguely. After shoving his head through the largest hole he could find, he saw his teacher leaning against the wall by the closed door. He appeared bored, but something about him seemed to be on edge. Izuku squinted at him, trying to puzzle it out. We knew each other as kids, I guess. Izuku averted his tired eyes as he pushed his arms into 2 sleeves that seemed right. It's hard to explain. Try, his mentor suggested in a tone more suited to a command. You've been reticent since you woke up, but he told you that you wanted to talk and you did. That's not what happened, Izuku said, tugging his shirt into a more comfortable place. He was frowning. I do talk a lot. Not like that. I did as a kid, Izuku said. I knew what I used to be like. Before I was so afraid. Quieter, he added, I want to be like that again. A beat of silence. He's a good person, Izuku said and then grimaced at how wrong those words tasted in his mouth. It wasn't really that he was good, but that he was striving to be the best. He's a security risk, his teacher finally said. I need more information for you and your mother's safety. He's not going to tell anyone if that's what you want to know, Izuku said irritably and began tugging at a few errant curls in his vision. Maybe his mother would cut his hair before the first day of school. He was beginning to look a little shaggy. He's always planned on being a hero, you know? It's hard to be evil when you look up to All Might so much. I know of at least 9 villains that count All Might as their biggest personal inspiration, Aizawa said. Kid, I need information. Then get it yourself, he cried, arms falling to his sides as his hands curled into fists. He was helpless to stop the words that flowed out of his mouth. You're acting like mind. The hospital room went silent then, save for Izuku's heaving breaths. He didn't know why he said that, but he regretted it almost immediately. He wanted to apologize immediately. He didn't apologize immediately. I guess, Aizawa started and then stopped. A moment passed before he admitted, I guess I am. Izuku made a small noise as he turned away, blinking quickly. His hands came up to press together in front of him, the smallest comfort he could give himself as his eyes began watering with regretful tears. Just say sorry. Why is it so hard to say sorry? He screamed at himself in his head. But the words were still stuck in his throat, jagged things that refused to be coughed up. He'd been mostly sincere about what he said. Aizawa sighed and pushed away from the wall. He'd pinned his hair up in a bun which usually made him look more put together, but now it'd only make him look even more tired. He didn't look at Izuku as he said, It's been a long day. We should get you home. Izuku made another noise, this one pure pain. Before he even decided to, his body was moving at his mentor. In a matter of steps, he was crashing into the man, arms wrapping around him tightly. I'm sorry, he managed to whisper. Those magic words released the floodgates in his chest, and then he was crying in earnest. He didn't know what was wrong with him, being so weak and so ungrateful. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sometimes he felt like he couldn't stand himself, like he was at war with this pitiful, mean thing he'd been made into. He hated it, he hated it. I'm sorry. Another sigh from Aizawa, and then there was a hand in his hair, petting it soothingly. It's okay, he said. Izuku, look at me. He waited until his student obeyed. I'm worried and I was taking it out on you. That's not okay. You've done nothing wrong here, okay? You're still in the stages of quirk shock. Kaken is good, Izuku promised. He bullied me, but he'd never tell anyone anything. He does seem to be the obstinate type, Aizawa agreed. After a moment he said, Your quirk didn't work on him. Izuku backed away enough to scrub the tears out of his eyes, nodding miserably. I would ask if you felt anything odd during the event, but I'm sure there's plenty that felt odd this time, he said and hooked an arm around his student's shoulders to guide him to the door. How are you feeling now? Rate it 1 to 10. 1 being bad or good? Good. 1 being affected only a little. A for maybe? We can work with a 4, he said, and it felt like a promise. They began strolling down the hospital hall in silence. Well, at least I know that if you go into quirk shock you won't die, Aizawa said abruptly, a terrifying smile lighting up his face. That opens up a whole new world of training possibilities. Izuku groaned, shoulders sagging as he contemplated what fresh hells his mentor was mentally crafting at that very moment, but he couldn't help smiling along. I've got a lot of practice at this not dying thing, he said. I don't plan on breaking my streak anytime soon. Today was Izuku Midoriya's first day of school in 10 years. He stood in front of his mirror, staring at his reflection as he fiddled with his tie. There was plenty of time before class started and, truthfully, he probably could have slept in, one of the perks of being under UA's protection, he supposed. But instead he was here, staring at himself, trying to reconcile the vision of himself as a student in the hero course with how he felt as the cringing, villainous child he was when he came to this illustrious establishment. He felt like a fraud. Being a hero was his dream. But even now he felt like he didn't deserve this. He was a villain at worst and a tool for evil at best. His phone chimed on his desk, but he made no effort to pick it up. It was probably just Katsuki telling him that he was on his way. They'd agreed to meet up before school began when realized they'd been placed in the same class. Honestly, it was hard to comprehend sometimes. Katsuki was back in his life. Not only that, but they seemed like they could probably be friends, like they were back before Katsuki developed his quirk and became a little tyrant. Wouldn't it be great to have a friend again, even if... His phone alarm began blaring. He took a moment to lightly tap his passcode in to disable it and return his room to silence. Katsuki. He was immune to Izuku's quirk. From what they could tell, anyway. The day after Izuku was released, Aizawa descended upon the Bakugo household to secure Katsuki's parents' permission for a small quirk assessment at UA. They happily agreed, though Katsuki still kicked up a fuss until Aizawa could explain the true nature of what he wanted. Aizawa was a stern taskmaster and made Izuku force his quirk on Katsuki until he whined of a headache. He probably would have pushed more, but Izuku had been on the verge of tears that quickly became a full-on crying fit when Katsuki teased him over still being a crybaby. Katsuki still understood who he was, even if he was coming up the stairs. Izuku, Katsuki is here, his mom crowed as feet thumped up the staircase. He wanted to call out a greeting as Katsuki rounded the bend into his open door, but his voice was lodged somewhere between his chest and his throat, behind his racing heart. He looked from the doorway to his mirror, feeling oddly detached and heavy at the same time. His reflection stared back at him, separate from him, wild-eyed and pale enough that his freckles stood out in stark relief. The bags under his eyes darkened to bruises. He wasn't breathing. Deku. Izuku's frantic stare slid over to the door where Katsuki was waiting in his own uniform. The same uniform he was wearing because he, like Katsuki, was a Hero Corps student, because Izuku was here to use his quirk for good even after everything that happened, even after mind. Deku! Katsuki barked, brows drawing tight over a glare. He studied Izuku's face, but he had no idea what he was looking for there. You're pale. I'm fine, he said, or thought he did. Something was wrong with his ears. His voice was far away and his sight was starting to warp around the edges, like he was seeing far away too. Are you Dash? He stepped in the room properly, red eyes still scanning Izuku's face with a stare so intense it bordered on a glare. Should I get someone? No, and then, yes. Which is it, you useless nerd? He spat and then looked almost guilty. He hovered nearby anxiously and that felt wrong. Who do you want me to get? Your mom? 13? Eraserhead? No. No, what? He hissed. Hey nerd, just tell me. Use your words, he said in a flash of clarity. It was something he'd learned to recite by rote under Aizawa's tutelage and something he clung to in his worst moments. He struggled to remember how to put his feelings into words, struggled to even remember how to emote. Not here. Like hell you aren't, Katsuki cursed and grabbed his arm, and he was being touched. Katsuki was touching him and grounding him. He was here, and it had to be true because Kaken said it, and Kaken was the smartest kid in their class and he'd known Izuku all his life. You're here, You're fine. My head is... He let the sentence trail away with his scattered thoughts, struggling to focus and articulate. Any filter he had was forfeit in favor of simply getting the words out. I shouldn't be here, Kaken. Huh? Why the F not? He demanded. You passed the exam, same as me. Not like me, since I had the most points and you're a shitty nerd. But you still passed. Because I'm a villain, he said, and then he was crying silently, body heaving with sobs he couldn't voice. He could barely breathe. All of the memories, the self-loathing was rushing back and he was drowning under the weight. He drew his free arm up as if to ward off any incoming blows and shut his eyes. He was a villain, he deserved the punishment he earned. There was silence and then, "You're not a villain." He gasped, finally able to breathe. His chest heaved as if he'd finished a marathon, hand gripping his green curls hard enough the knuckles turned white. What are you even talking about? Katsuki demanded as Izuku whimpered. FNG hell, shitty Deku. Explain. Izuku had begged Aizawa not to tell Katsuki about what happened, what mind forced him to do. They kept it brief when informing him, choosing to only say Izuku had been kidnapped as a result of his unique quirk. He hadn't wanted Kaken to know. I'm a villain, he panted, chest tightening. A villain. I did bad things, Kaken. His voice was raising in volume, but it was still so far away. I didn't want to, but I did. From a million miles away, He heard footsteps pounding up the stairs to his room. "And I'm sorry, but I'm a villain." "Izuku!" 13 called, entering the room before Inko rushed in after them. They gently shouldered around Katsuki to ease Izuku's hand from his hair. "Here, I have him." "It's okay." Katsuki refused to relinquish his grip on Izuku, and it was near bruising as he demanded, "What's he talking about?" "It's nothing." "Bullshit," he growled, unsettled at how Izuku's eyes were so glassy as they finally opened to look at him. It was unsettling. "He's having a panic attack," Inko inserted. She laid her hand over 13's glove and eased their hand away from Izuku with a grateful smile. 13, could you wait downstairs, please?" As 13 nodded and fled the room, Izuku refocused on his mother. "Mom." "Hey, honey," she greeted. Katsuki made to back away from the Midoriyas, but the moment his grip loosened even a little, Izuku's free hand shot out to grab his hand before he could fully draw away. "Don't," he begged, and Katsuki couldn't. "We aren't going to leave you," Inko assured him, gently guiding them to the edge of the bed where they could sit while Katsuki shuffled along with them awkwardly. "We see you, baby." Oh. Katsuki floundered for anything to say when Inko gave him a look. "Yennard, we see you and you aren't a villain or anything." Izuku nodded along, breathing beginning to even out, but feeling vaguely ill. He tiredly dropped his head on his mother's shoulder and slowly his grip on Katsuki eased. They stayed like that for a long moment before Katsuki's nervous fidgeting got too awkward to bear and Izuku released him. "Katsuki, honey?" Inko asked, leaning around her son with a gentle smile. "Could you go and get us some water?" "Yeah," he blurted and rushed off. A quiet moment passed before Izuku could find his voice. "I told him I was a villain. Mom, I told him." "You aren't a villain," she said firmly. "You never were and never will be. My son could never be a villain." I felt like a villain," he said, trying to phrase it differently. Words were important and he wanted to say it right. That's because he was a miserable villain and misery loves company. He needed a way to try and control you, but you were my brave, beautiful boy and you saved yourself. Fat Gum saved me. Taishiro is heaven sent, she said, pressing Izuku's curls out of her way so she could kiss his forehead. But you reached out to him first. Let's go see how Katsuki is doing, she suggested. Okay, he agreed, standing on unsteady legs and trying out a wobbly smile though he was exhausted. Instead of getting Izuku a glass of water, Katsuki had begun to wash all of the dishes in the sink that Inko dirted just that morning while preparing breakfast for her boys. When Inko rounded the corner, she all but shrieked in embarrassment that her guest felt like he had to do chores in her home. Izuku laughed weakly at that and dropped into a chair at the kitchen table, exhaustedly staring at the plate on the table before him. His after-attack exhaustion was bone deep and he couldn't even lift his eyes from his plate when Katsuki slunk into the dining room, too embarrassed to meet his red glare. "Hey, nerd," he barked, taking his own seat at the table, seeming to recover from being shooed from the kitchen rather quickly. "Nerd? Izuku." "Sorry, Kaken," he said, straightening and scrubbing at his eyes. "It was a panic attack, I think." It was probably best to be blunt, to rip the bandage off right from the get-go, before their first hero class. And, well, if Katsuki didn't want him to go because he was a villain, then that was okay. Really, it was perfectly understandable. "Start from the beginning and speak up, damn it," Katsuki cursed, startling him. "Yeah, you fing nerd. You were whispering." "It's hard to say," he admitted, only a bit louder than his whispers. "Even if it was a long time ago. SCK it up. If you want to be a hero then you have to get used to doing things that are hard." Inko bustled in just as Izuku opened his mouth to finally let the truth tumble out. She was rambling, obviously nervous and frazzled after such an eventful start to her day. She rambled about this and that, their classes and the school as a whole. Dominating the conversation as she did, it was impossible for Katsuki to ask Izuku anything else until they were well on their walk to class, not that he was willing to talk just then. Izuku wasn't telling him something and Katsuki was determined to learn his secrets. When the story came, it came in parts. Whispered in the lull between fitness events, In a hushed conversation after Aizawa revealed his tactical ruse, that honestly, Izuku kicked himself for falling for. By the end of the day, as the sun began to fade over the horizon, Katsuki knew. Sitting with the explosive boy, Izuku felt like that should have scared him way more than it did. But from where they were sitting on Yue's steps, he couldn't find it in himself to be afraid of what his childhood friend might say. Regardless of how, they had both accomplished what they set out to do. They were at Yue together. And Izuku could finally rest easy. Heroes and his mother were biased, would be overly optimistic and look for the good in him. But Katsuki was impartial, he could be the final judge. Katsuki could tell him if he was truly a villain deep down or if he actually deserved his second chance. I said it before, Katsuki said, tilting his head back to stare at the brilliant yellow-orange sky. And now you're making me say it again. But this is the last time, so listen up, Deku. Izuku nodded, looking at his hands folded on his lap, a guilty man waiting for his sentence. You're not a villain. At that, the floodgates burst and Izuku was sobbing again. Katsuki bristled in discomfort as his friend began his human faucet impression and glared forward, daring any of the other students to say something. The other first years exited swiftly without a care for the two boys, too ready to rush home and probably tell their families all about their first day. The second and third years weren't cowed by Katsuki's glare and gave him a dirty look, knowing Izuku as their home economic teacher's emotional son. Katsuki was more than happy to flip them the bird with an angry sneer. You're such a effing idiot, he grumbled, leaning back and showing his hands into his pockets awkwardly. Never mind, nerd. I'll tell you as many times as it takes to get you to finally FNG learn. I'm sorry. You should be, he barked and Izuku laughed wetly. You know, no one else remembered you. Not even my mom and dad, not towards the end. If I mentioned you, they didn't know who I was talking about. They barely remembered your mom. Probably a long-term side effect of my quirk, he sniffled and Katsuki shivered, though he would deny it to the grave. So does that mean everyone will forget you eventually? He asked. Izuku tilted his head to look at him. You didn't. I probably would have, he said. I would have if. Izuku echoed. I wouldn't have remembered, but. He hesitated and hauled his bag closer to rifle through it. He pulled a piece of glossy paper from one of the pockets and all but move it at his childhood friend. Izuku sniffled and straightened, taking it and unfolding it carefully. His own face stared back up at him, so very young. Your mom still put up posters, Katsuki said. There was one at the coffee shop I stopped at before the entrance exam and I took it. She never stopped putting them up until, well, I guess until they found you. I know, he smiled, refolding the paper. She put them up around the area where Mind lived. Sometimes I'd see her even. But Mind, he would threaten to hurt her, so I never went up to her. But she still remembered. Still loved me. I knew that and it hurt, but in a good way. There was nothing Katsuki could say to that, so he didn't even try. He only pushed their shoulders together in a rough approximation of comfort. I had a copy, you know, he said as he handed it back, smiling wistfully. I gave it to Fat Gum when I went up to him. You got to meet all the cool heroes, Katsuki complained, slouching back. Yeah, Izuku laughed. That was my plan all along. In that case, maybe you are a villain. After Katsuki had reluctantly left, Izuku began his trek back home, waving at the teachers he knew on his way. Since it was only the first day, his mother didn't have class and so she was lying in wait for her poor unsuspecting son as soon as he entered the apartment. Izuku, she all but screamed as her baby boy walked through the front door. He jumped and whirled on her, a hand going to his chest to try and calm his racing heart. Mom? He asked after a moment, eyes trailing to the side. He spotted the kitchen table overflowing with food and, with wide eyes, wandered into the kitchen to discover most other surfaces were also covered in various dishes. As he stood surveying the collection in shock, a timer went off. He turned to stare at his mother accusingly. Inko wrung her hands in her apron and now that Izuku was looking, he could see she was covered in flour and sweating profusely. Mom, what's going on? He asked, looking between her and the oven until she bustled over to open it and pull out a cake. Mom. Oh, sweetie. she sighed, laying the cake next to a pie. I was just a little nervous. I didn't have anything else to do today and, well. Mom, if I eat even half of this I'll pop and die. It's fine, she chanted, taking off her apron and smoothing her hair. Oh, I need a shower. But it's fine, Izuku. Taishiro is coming for dinner. Is he bringing his entire agency? Izuku wanted to know and was promptly swatted for the question. Mom, seriously? She turned back and surveyed her work, cupping a cheek with her hand thoughtfully, face pinching into a frown. Well, maybe I did go overboard. We should ask if anyone else wants to come to dinner, he said, drifting closer to the table and surreptitiously sneaking a taste of one of the dishes. No, she said, shaking her head. No, it's just going to be us tonight. Mom? He asked, turning. Abruptly, it clicked and his eyes went wide. What, Izuku? Is this a date? He demanded and was horrified to see his mother turn scarlet at the accusation. It's not. Yes, it is, he cried. You're an awful liar. Well, she puffed out her cheeks. So what? Mom. Hello. Both greenheads turned towards the front door where 13 had peeked their head in. They made a show of looking around before asking, Everything all right in here? Yes, dear, Inko said in the same breath. Izuku wailed, I'm running away. Oh good, they said. Well, Inko, if you want me to take Izuku while you have your date, that's okay by me. Izuku, feel free to run away to my place whenever. Mom, does everyone know? When Taishiro arrived, he found the Midoriyas at odds with each other and, truthfully, didn't know how to bridge the gap. Any attempts at starting a conversation fell flat. Inko, freshly showered, looked delightful and Taishiro felt underdressed though he'd been repeatedly told to come in his normal street clothes. After failing to get Izuku to talk about his first day of school, Taishiro retreated to the kitchen where Inko was shifting some dishes so she could actually set the table. Need any help? He asked. When Inko just shook her head, his smile faltered. Inko, what on earth happened? She sighed. Izuku is just being stubborn. I can see that, he laughed awkwardly. But what happened? We just had a little disagreement. After a beat of silence, Taishiro correctly guessed that he wouldn't be getting anywhere with Inko acting just as stubborn as her son, so he once again braved the living room. Izuku looked at him briefly when he came in and then his eyes dropped right back to the magazine in his lap. Carefully, Taishiro took a seat on the couch beside him. Izuku, he said and paused when the boy couldn't even look up at him. I'm sorry. That got his attention. He craned his neck to look Taishiro in the eye. This all seems pretty, awkward, he said and rubbed his neck bashfully. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's because of me. No, Izuku protested and looked back to his magazine with a frown. Slowly he closed it and tossed it on the coffee table. No, it's not your fault. You seem upset though, he pointed out. And so does your mother. Use your words, Izuku muttered to himself and Taishiro had to smother a grin hearing it. Of all the lessons Aizawa taught the boy, that had to have been the most helpful. I guess I'm upset? But I'm not upset at you. Then your mom? He tried and Izuku's face twisted into a grimace. No, I'm not mad at her either. I'm just... It's stupid, Fatgum. If you're feeling upset then it can't be that stupid. Why not try and put it in words so we can both try and puzzle it out, he suggested. Is it because of your mom and I? No, he decided. No, I'm glad my mom has you. Glad it's you. You're better than Dad. At that, Taishiro went quiet. He'd heard very little about Izuku's father, but most of it had not been flattering in the least. If it's not that, then what? He asked after a moment. It's just, he began and then slumped down. It's dumb. You'll think it's dumb. No, I won't, Taishiro promised. Lay it on Fatgum. Izuku peeked up at him and then looked away just as quick. Almost inaudibly, he muttered, It's just that today was my first day of school. Taishiro could have hit himself. I told you it's dumb, he continued, voice rising. I already get all this special attention and stuff and here I am wanting more. It's selfish and dumb and dash. Stop it, Taishiro ordered. It's not dumb because I am here to celebrate with you and your mom. But the date. Today could be considered a date, but our focus today is you. Taishiro stood abruptly and the couch gave out a particularly pained squeak. Just as quickly, he grabbed Izuku and held him up, just as he did when he was little. If all we cared about was the date, we would have gone out somewhere. But today's special and it might be a little presumptuous of me, but I wanted to celebrate with you as part of your family. Izuku immediately began tearing up. Oh is right. He smiled as the demon burst and Izuku threw himself forward for a hug. I'm proud of you, Izuku. Never forget that.